What if our gears didn't slow as we aged? What if there was a way to keep our biological systems running as optimally as they did in our youth? As physicians, we know you are dedicated to helping your patients live and function optimally no matter what their age. That's why you'll want to attend the 2020 BR plus NAD Brain Restoration Summit, which will be delivered virtually November 20th to 21st. NAD is a foundational molecule found in every cell in the human body. In addition to its observable benefits in treating addiction, depression, and PTSD, NAD has been gaining recognition for its role in combating the effects of aging and for offering powerful possibilities for the treatment of chronic diseases, autoimmune disorders, chronic fatigue, and neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. The BR plus NAD Brain Restoration Summit is the only international gathering of researchers and clinicians devoted specifically to NAD practice and research. Hear from some of the leading researchers in the field today as they present new discoveries about intravenous NAD's mechanisms of action and delivery, levels testing, NAD's effects on genomics, and more. This year's summit will be delivered directly to your computer, and summit recordings will be available for future listening. Register now for best pricing.
My name is Paula Norris Métayer, and we're very, very happy that you're joining us today. Dr. Métayer and I are considered the founders of Springfield Wellness Center. We're considered by some to be the leaders and the gold standard in providing NAD treatment to the United States. 20 years ago, this is our anniversary, so we're very excited about that. 20 years ago, we were developing our pioneering protocols for intravenous NAD treatment. And today, we celebrate 20 years with you. So I'd like to acknowledge our title sponsor, Archway Apothecary, because they have been a major factor in our success. Archway is the compounding pharmacy responsible for the 99.9% pure NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide, I had to practice how to say that, on which our treatment is based. And NAD is the reason we're all here. In addition to Archway Apothecary, I want to thank other sponsors as well. The fabulous brain image that you see, a lot has happened in the 5 years that these images represent. In 2015, we hosted the very first BR plus NAD Brain Restoration Summit. We were only aware of how important BR plus NAD was for addiction detox at that time. Since that time, we have discovered how important it is in the treatment of Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, CTE, post-traumatic stress, and the mental health issues of anxiety and depression. We are very aware of the advantages of BR plus with now cardiovascular disease, chronic kidney disease, liver disease, traumatic brain injury, and staying healthy as we age. I always joke that I'm 120. Do you think it's beginning to work? Because I use NAD every day. We're also discovering new ways to administer BR plus NAD effectively so that its benefits don't have to be subject to the limits of intravenous delivery. If all this has been discovered in the last 5 years, just 5 little years, imagine what can be done in the next 5 years. Thanks in part to your participation in this summit, all proceeds will go to fund additional NAD research. My partner in life is here to address all the areas of what we can investigate because there's a lot of work to be doing. So, Dr. Métayer.
Thanks, Paula. You did. So, yes, there's a lot that we've anecdotally uncovered. We've got some research, and we have a lot of research on the drawing board, hoping to monetize those efforts with research funds. and we got a lot of work to do. Let me just go over how the summit will work. Every speaker, except our keynote speaker, will have 30 minutes for their presentation. It's followed by 15 minutes of questions and answers. There'll be a 15-minute break mid-morning and mid-afternoon, and we'll have a 30-minute break for lunch at 12:30. During each lunch break, we'll present a poster presentation prepared by students with the hope that we'll publish these as a case presentation. If you want to ask questions during the presentation, submit them by typing into the chat box at the bottom of your screen. I'll serve as the moderator and relay your questions to the speaker. If we don't have time for all the questions, and we may not, at the end of the relevant presentation, then please save those questions for the afternoon when all of the day's speakers will reconvene for a panel discussion. You'll have another opportunity to ask questions at that time, and we will highlight that question and answer period will be through Zoom platform, which is different than what we're using now. And the meeting ID number will have to be inserted, which we're going to be giving throughout this conference. Again, just to reemphasize, we're so grateful to all the sponsors, which is allowing us to take all proceeds from this conference and dedicate them to our NAD research nonprofit organization, which and again we've got projects on the drawing boards. Also, a quick note of about our BR Plus MD consultants. We do remote training and certification of all our protocols with anyone that has an internet connection internationally or wherever. And we've trained people in other countries. So let's begin and get started. And it is really with a great deal of pleasure that I introduce our first speaker. He rose to fame as the inspiration and star of the Netflix true crime documentary series, The Pharmacist. He's one of those people who, through his own hard work and determination, has found a way to turn tragedy into hope for millions of people. Dan Schneider will talk today about his story, as well as the opioid epidemic, which is decimating our country, and about his grassroots efforts to change how we counter it through a nonprofit he's founded called Tunnel of Hope. I think his vision is, it's a, so to speak, people's lobby to have a voice in the future of both treatment, legislation, and so forth. Dan's talk is sponsored by The Ranch, a film studio, and we thank him so much for his participation, cooperation, and we look forward to working with him in the future. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Dan Schneider to you, the pharmacist. Welcome.
I am the pharmacist, the Netflix docuseries, soon to be a movie, and I welcome this opportunity to speak to everyone who's listening to this right now and beyond. Okay, I want to thank particularly Paula and Richard Messtayer, and also Kim and Charles Bienvenu, also a pharmacist friend of mine, Ray Wilkes, and then also a boy that's a minister now of a large church, and that's Robbie Gallaty. Okay, all these people had an influence on me on my journey to take seriously the NAD plus in the brain restoration. I, like many people, was somewhat skeptical at first, and so I did some research and study on my own. Even though we know a lot of this is anecdotal, okay, I've seen this thing work. Okay, and so and there's a lot of information that you're going to get later on that's going to show you maybe why and how it does work. And we definitely have to. We're losing this war on drugs or war on addiction, and we have to definitely look at some alternative out-of-the-box areas. Okay, and I don't know if this is out-of-the-box or not, but it's a big deal. Okay, let me also say that this is a big problem. Okay, and right now it's getting drowned out by COVID. Okay. Last year there were 72,000 overdose deaths, and that was pretty much a record high. This year we're looking at, from what we can see in all the numbers right now, in excess of 80,000. It could touch 90,000. Okay. I like to bring it down to, that's just kind of a cold statistic, but picture this, that's 250 funerals daily, okay, of parents and brothers and sisters and friends around a coffin with a fairly young person that has passed away. It's a big thing. It happens every day. There's not going to be a vaccine for this. Okay, so COVID will eventually subside, hopefully. But this other problem goes on, and we have to do something, anything we can do to stop it. So, what we have to do, what my job is to inspire people to do more. Okay, I kind of live by something that I came in contact early on when I started my advocacy, and I don't know if it can be seen, but there's a picture on my right-hand side that my wife put together of my family shortly before my son was murdered, and the comments on there that I'm gonna pull out is, if you can imagine it, you can make it happen. One person can make a difference. Actually, you can, okay? And so we have to all keep that in mind, okay? And so I'll tell you a little bit about my story right now, and then I'll try to come back to where we want to go with this. I was living the American dream, okay? I happily married, 2 children, a son and a daughter. We had a nice house. I had a good career as a pharmacist. And, we went on family vacations, and people called us the Griswolds, okay? And then on April 14th, 1999, at 2 o'clock in the morning, we were sleeping, and we were awakened by a loud knock on the door. And it was 2 policemen, and they asked us, could they come in? And they asked us to sit down, which we did. And they said, I heard them say, your son's been shot. And I said, wow. I said, what hospital is he at? And they said, no, he's dead. And my wife screamed, no. And she said, he's in his room, which is where we thought he was. His sister ran to his room, and then she said he's not here. We then had to comprehend the unimaginable, okay, that our son had been murdered while attempting to buy drugs. And with that stigma, at the time, I kind of didn't understand addiction and didn't have the proper amount of compassion for those who suffer from addiction. And so the stigma stung. In fact, so much so that the pain of losing him and losing him that way, we actually considered suicide. Okay. It was only brief, okay, and it was in a weak moment, but we had to carry on. We had a daughter, we had to bury our son, and there was a killer on the street. So we went to the police station shortly after his funeral, and we were going to try to help the police with this case about our son being murdered. And quickly we realized that the police was treating our son as a criminal, just like his killer. And we knew from that moment on that it was going to be difficult to motivate these police to really work hard on this case. And later on we realized it was impossible to motivate those police. And I want to say now that not all police are bad. There were a few good police in this story, but we had a couple who were running the case that were really, really not so good. And so, but I wasn't going to let my son, who was a drug user and apparently had developed an addiction, I wasn't going to let him be treated like a criminal. Okay, there was a murderer out there who was a real criminal. Okay, and I was going to get him off the street before he killed somebody else. Okay? If the police wasn't going to do it, I was going to do it. Okay, so it was a dangerous area where my son was killed, and so I had to go in that area, put up posters, and talk to people, and I did that on a regular basis, and people were saying, you're going to get killed up there, and that probably was a possibility, and so I did it anyway. Okay, and eventually I actually went to some of the black churches in the area and talked to their ministers, and I met a reverend, and he said come to a meeting at night with recovering addicts, and I met with them, and they all agreed that they would go out with me and walk in the neighborhoods so that I could interview witnesses. And it helped getting that kind of support. Now, they didn't go with me regularly. They went once or twice, okay? But they actually did spur me on, okay? So in any event, I was almost ready to give up, okay? About 5 months in, I was almost ready to give up. The case just wasn't going anywhere. The little police had done, they had screwed things up. I was told that there wasn't going to even be a chance at a prosecution, even if you could find a killer. And so my wife asked me to give it up. And a lot of her friends had been putting pressure on her so that we wouldn't lose me in addition to having lost my son. So I actually told her, I said, I'll give up in 30 days. I said, but there's a few things I got to try. And she said, okay. And so that was September of 99, September 1st. That was my mother's birthday. I went to my son's grave where my mother and him are buried. And I cried out to God. And I said, please, God, give me the strength to accept giving up. I anticipated that I was going to have to give up. Okay. But I also said in that thing, I said, but if you can let me have a breakthrough, okay, then maybe I can go on and get some resolution. I went home and I made cold calls, and I called for about 4 or 5 hours, covered a lot of ground. And on the last call, my spiel was something like, my son was murdered 5 months ago, and some people think his killer's been caught, and he hasn't been, okay, and would you know anything about the situation? And a young lady on the phone answered. She said, yes, sir, I saw it all. Okay, I babysat that killer. I called Crime Stoppers. I'm good friends with the killer's mother. And I said, my God, I couldn't hardly believe this, okay? But this was the breakthrough that I had, okay? Now, I'd like to say it ended quickly because while I was praying to God, in fact, part of my mission with God was, initially, naturally, you're mad or you're sad about losing your son, and, what did we do wrong? And but I had to cling to God, and I did, and I bargained with God, like a lot of grieving parents do. Not so much to bring my son back to life, but look, let me find this killer. Let no one get hurt, and I'll go on a mission for you, okay? And right now, I'm performing that mission, okay? I'm performing it on a regular basis everywhere I go, all right? And so, all of a sudden now, I have a witness, okay? But it took 8 months to get this witness to come forward. She was well-intentioned, but she was being threatened. The police didn't encourage her. If anything, they did things to discourage her, okay? But eventually, with God's help, she came forward. We got some resolution in the case, okay? We got some justice, not as much as we wanted, but it was remarkable that we were able to get any justice. And we all came out healthy. So then I had to go on my mission, and my mission was to educate parents and basically kids about not doing drugs. I was supposedly supposed to table my investigation stuff. Well, little did I know, I went out and I started speaking at schools, all right? But then I saw this doctor. As a pharmacist, I was filling prescriptions, and I started seeing a different type of clientele. Most of these people were 20 to 30 years of age, many times male. They reminded me of my son who died at age 22. And they were coming in with these OxyContin prescriptions, high-powered opiate prescriptions, okay? And I could see that they were developing addictions. And I started noticing the police reports, and I started noticing overdose deaths. And I said, geez, somebody's got to do something about this. I made a few comments about it to the police and whatnot. It didn't seem to be going anywhere. So I thought to myself, man, should I actually get back into the investigation mode? And during the case with my son, I started taping witnesses and anybody that I talked to, and I even taped my own family, okay, just so I could keep the record straight. In fact, actually, that tape recorder sort of became my friend because I was kind of buzzing and people couldn't relate to me, and so the computer became my friend. I mean, the tape recorder became my friend. So in any event, now all of a sudden I see this thing, and I want to do it, but my wife doesn't want me to investigate. And the bargain with God was not about investigating. It was about educating kids and parents, okay, and looking for other ways to reduce the tragedies. Well, we took a little break and took a little trip to Minnesota to watch our Saints football team play, okay, thinking that they would win, but they didn't, okay. But while we were there, we bought a video camera so that we could film that area around Minnesota. On the way back, we were riding back, and we had brought a friend with us. My wife and my daughter were sleeping in the back of the car, okay? And this friend was sitting next to me, and I was talking about this doctor who was really writing a whole bunch of these prescriptions, and it was going in the wrong direction. I could actually foresee the coming of the opiate epidemic as we now address it, okay? And so in any event, I was talking to her about it, and she says, well, Danny, you're going to put her out of business. And I looked at her and I said, Jesus, I said, it's easy for you to say. There's a lot involved in these investigations. The police ought to be handling this. And she said, I don't care. You're going to put out of business. And I looked at her and I said, you know what? I said, I made a bargain with God. Okay. But my bargain was not about investigating. Okay. My bargain with God was to teach kids and parents. Okay. So you know what? If I'm supposed to investigate this doctor and try to shut this doctor down, okay, I need a direct sign from God. Immediately out the windshield, in the air, okay, we saw a cross form. So much so that I thought I was hallucinating, okay. So I asked my friend next to me, I said, what do you see out of the windshield? She said, I see a cross. I said, oh my God. I said, this is Jesus. This is the answer, okay. And then I knew, though, my wife and my daughter were a little more skeptical about this, and they also didn't want us to be doing any further investigating. So we woke them up out of a sleep, and we asked them, would you look out the windshield and see what you see? And they looked out the windshield, and they said, I see a cross. We drove home that night after driving about 10 or 12 hours. And we dropped my daughter off, put her to bed around 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife, who was reluctant to actually start this investigation, went with me to videotape that doctor at 2 o'clock in the morning. And what we saw was horrible. We saw hundreds of cars coming and going, different license plates from different states. We seen cabs pulling up. We seen New Orleans Police Department deputies actually on the porch securing her location. My wife screamed, oh my God, look at this. Anyway, that started our mission of the investigation. Okay. Now, it took about 13 months. Which seemed like forever. I was also threatened by the FBI. They threatened to arrest me for interfering with their investigation. Okay, I don't know whether they were serious about their investigation. At times I thought there was something nefarious about them. Okay, but at the very least, they were very bureaucratic and they were moving way too slow because kids were dying. I was seeing this, so I had to do more than that. I did whatever I could do, but they eventually did say we're going to arrest you, and I had to slow down. I went back to my drugstore, which I had taken a leave of absence for a while to kind of work on the case. And I went back to that drugstore, okay, and finally, I wrote a last chance letter to the medical board, pleading with them to try to do something about this. Okay. A couple of months went by and almost nothing was happening. And I'm riding through these trees on the way to work, and these trees form like a tunnel, okay. And I would go through that tunnel, and I started praying. Okay, I would usually say, I'm Catholic, I would say the Our Father through the tunnel, and it usually worked out that I just about could complete the prayer right through the tunnel. And I was praying for solutions and help, and we could shut this doctor down, and we could do something about these tragedies, okay? And it started forming in my mind that we are all in this dark tunnel, okay? And that there's a light at the end of every tunnel, okay? And if there isn't a light, we can create the light, okay? So in any event, eventually the medical board called me back, and they asked me, will I step forward, because a lot of people were backing out on stepping forward. And And I had been threatened by the doctor's goons, as I call them, and I was also threatened by people in the area who sold pills on the street, and they thought I was going to shut down their wholesaler. And so, but I was asked by George to step up. And what I'm trying to do with people in the audience right now is we all have to step up in some way, shape, or form. Okay, I was asked by George to step up, and I said, "Let's go for it, George." Okay. And so we got together, and I gave him all the evidence I had. I had tapes, I had videos, I had boxes of information. He said, "Boy, you really got a great deal of information, Dan, here. This is going to help." But you know what? The medical board really has a bigger demand than that. They want to summarily suspend her. They've never done that in Louisiana before. It's a different kind of suspension. It's quicker, it's more important, and it's hard for the doctor to get out of that. Other suspensions operate differently. And he said, to do that, we need a smoking gun. And I said, well, what's a smoking gun? I didn't know. Okay. Well, anyway, then I went back to work, and then this is where I think God's all over this thing. Okay. Not only did I see this cross, but all along the way, it seemed like right before I'm ready to give up, God steps in and gives me a hand. Okay. Now, there were times when I said, God, if you want me to do this, why are you making it so hard? Okay. And so for non-believers, you might say, consider it karma, but there was some strange karma happening in this case, which is why I'm here and why we maybe can make a difference. So in any event, sure enough, I went to, losing track of my thought, okay, but I then went back to my drugstore. And a young girl coming in the store. She kind of skipping. She weighs about 100 pounds. She's young. Her mother comes in behind her. They present like 4 prescriptions, okay? And one of the prescriptions is Oxycontin 80 milligrams. Take 1 or 2 or 3 times a day. And I look at the girl and I look at the prescription and say, oh my God, this would kill this girl as prescribed. And at the time, I didn't actually think maybe this could be the smoking gun, but I knew this was dangerous, so I questioned the mother. The mother gave me somewhat of an explanation, but when she saw me question it, she asked for the prescriptions back. Well, fortunately, we had a policy that we actually copied the prescriptions. We did copy the prescriptions, and then I followed through, and eventually I called the doctor, the doctor that was the nefarious doctor, okay? And I called her, and I said, Doctor, number one, did you write these prescriptions? And she said, yeah, effing right, I did, okay? And we had a speakerphone on so that we could witness this. And then I asked her, I said, well, doctor, I said, yeah, as prescribed, I think these prescriptions would kill this girl. And she said, who made you an effing doctor? Okay. Well, believe it or not, we notated all that. We sent an affidavit to the medical board. And within days, she was shut down, summarily suspended, never to practice again. But then, you know what? It doesn't just stop there with this one doctor, okay? Another culprit in this thing is the maker of Oxycontin, Purdue Pharma. I did some things to try to convince them to modify their product and make it a little less dangerous. I also tried to get taxing on opiate prescriptions so that we could actually fund treatment and research and recovery, okay? Much to no avail, because it seems as though the politicians who can help these things happen, okay, the only thing they kind of look at is like who's funding their campaign. The other thing that they look at is maybe whether they can be reelected or not, okay? And at that time, it was for the pleading and trying to educate them to get some of these changes that we need that I thought might reduce the problem, and I really couldn't get anywhere. Which eventually, I even tried to have town hall meetings to bring the public in on a local level and to try to have some influence on a small scale, okay? But in my distant dreams, I thought about a national movement to do this thing, but I couldn't see that far ahead. Well, it's crazy, but now things have changed. Remember that if you can imagine it, you can make it happen, that I said early on, okay? And remember that distant dream, okay? Well, now the docuseries came out, The Pharmacist, soon to be a movie, okay? And with God's help, I can fulfill what I imagined in that distant dream. And that's a national movement to end the opiate and addiction pandemic. It's really in our grasp, okay? And we talk about one person can make a difference. That's true and it's not true, okay? One person can be the spark. Or maybe one person can make a difference in a certain area, like maybe putting a doctor out of business or something like that. But the only way that we can really turn this major situation around, the only way is for a lot of people to come together. And so I've created this movement now, and I call it the Pharmacist People's Lobby. And the way you get into the Pharmacist People's Lobby is through what I call the Tunnel of Hope. And my website is tunnelofhope.org. So if you go there, you're entering the Pharmacist People's Lobby. Now, what is that? Okay. Well, you know, most people are aware of the NRA, the National Rifle Association. Whether you agree with them or not, okay, they have a lot of political influence. They get most of what they want for their members. Okay. Well, you know, since my son died in '99, about 1 million parents have lost kids. Okay. And then right now, from what I understand, there's about 20 million people in treatment and recovery. Okay. And then when you talk about brothers and sisters and relatives of these people, this has affected maybe 100 million people. Then there's another 100 million people out there that know these people, okay? And so this has affected maybe 200 million people out of the 300, maybe everybody, okay? And so why don't we, all of us that are suffering and all these kids that are dying, okay, why don't we have a voice like the NRA, okay? Well, I'm trying to provide that, okay? And I hope that I can be the spark, okay? But it is not going to, I'm not going to win by one person making a difference, okay? I need help. I need people to sign up. If I get big numbers of people to sign up in this lobby, okay, I can go to the politician and say, look, I got 1 million people registered on this. And all of a sudden, now we're not going to give them any money, but now they know we might affect an election. Some of these people might write op-eds. Some of these people might send emails. Some of these people might protest, okay? And we can demand action. What kind of action should we demand, okay? We got to demand action, okay, for treatment, okay? Our country has been spending too much money on enforcement and incarceration. We have to shift that. We have to shift that to where we put less focus on that, do less arresting, okay? And we have to shift that situation over to treatment and recovery. Now, what about treatment? Okay? Where does NAD Plus come in at this? Okay? Well, you know, we have to think out of the box, and I don't think it should be out of the box, but many people do, okay? We got to look at all methods because the methods right now aren't really that successful, okay? And NAD Plus, I have seen it work. I met a kid named Connor, okay? And I met him through the Catholic Church actually printed a story about me. His mother calls me, calls me, and she says, my son's been overdosing. He's going to die. What can I do? And I had recently talked to PAULA and the group about NAD+. And at that time, I'm not even going to say I was totally sold on it. Okay, but I told his mother, I said, look, they got this place called Springfield, okay, and I'm hearing great things about it, okay, and I said, you know, hey, it's $10,000, you know, and she said, I don't care. She said, I'll go to my 401k and borrow the money if I have to, okay. I got to save my son. Well, sure enough, Connor came here, okay, and Connor came here from a heroin overdose. Prior to coming here, he had overdosed and had to be Narcaned to come back. And now all of a sudden, okay, Connor comes here and he's scared of his recovery. He had been, and he comes here and his recovery, his withdrawal situation, okay, he eases through that. And now he is a great story, okay. In fact, he is now doing some research for the Springfield group. And Connor himself has kind of changed his life. I'm doing a national podcast, and we've actually hired Connor as an intern to work with us, okay? And I'm sure he does some volunteer work for Springfield. And it's a miracle, though. If I wouldn't have had this documentary, and if it wouldn't have came out, and if people wouldn't have started listening to me, and if I wouldn't have known about Springfield, who knows where Connor would be today? Okay, so I want to. There's some coincidences with PAULA and NAD Plus too that I want to bring out, okay? And one of the things is PAULA has a book, okay? And the book is called Addiction, The Dark Night of the Soul, and NAD Plus, The Light of Hope. And it's not coincidental that she views this addiction situation as a dark place and maybe a tunnel, That's a dark place, okay? But she also thinks about the light at the end of the tunnel. We are right on together on that. She also says something else. I speak many times of what I call hard-found wisdom, okay? But she has a quote in her book, and it's by C.S. Lewis, okay? And it says, hardship often prepares an ordinary person for an extraordinary destiny. You're looking at it, okay? And I think if you look at PAULA, you're looking at it, okay? And hopefully we can be those sparks, okay? But you know, there's a lot of ordinary people out there. And not all of them are going to quite have the conversion that some of us have, okay? We really don't need that, okay? We don't need them to do as radical things as me. We don't need them to walk the streets and put their life at danger or go videotape a doctor in the middle of the night, okay? But we do need you to do something. We need you to step up. We need you to be a voice, okay? If you sign into my lobby, that'll be doing something right there, Shirley, by the numbers, and maybe you write emails or something like that. And if you can do more, please do more. Volunteer in your area. But I wanted to bring out the connection between us and them. This is just such a heartwarming topic to me. I do something to help motivate me. And my son was 22 when he was murdered, but when he was 15 years of age, we remodeled a Mustang. I'm a Ford guy, and I love Mustangs. And we worked together when he was 50. It was a father-son project, okay? And we worked together. If you watch the docuseries, they show glimpses of our Mustang, okay? And this is his keys to our Mustang. And I carry him with me, okay? He's always with me. And in fact, we have a picture of him. I'm not sure it can be seen, but there's a picture right there of him. And there's a little piece metal on the side, and if you look in the picture, on his neck is a piece metal. And unfortunately, that's the piece metal he was wearing when he was shot to death. And so, you know, but it's not about just Dan Schneider's son, okay? All right. My family in the docuseries are showing the pain that we go through, okay? And yet, it's almost unfair in a sense because everybody goes, oh, geez, look what that family went through. And yet they don't quite understand many times that there's a million families that if you did a documentary, it would be similar to mine. I mean, maybe they wouldn't have went out and did some crazy things, okay, like I did, okay. But they would have had the same grief patterns. You'd have heard their wife in the background saying, oh, my God, why did you take my baby, okay? And so NAD Plus is a tool. And what I also want to do with this lobby is, okay, this lobby is number one to try to get research and treatment and recovery and resources, okay? And also we need to develop non-opiate pain medications. And we also need insurance companies to pay for this, okay? One of the problems with NAD Plus right now is because in many cases it's not paid for, okay? And it should be. It's just as effective or more effective than the other options, okay? And Suboxone right now is supposed to be the gold standard, okay? Well, it's not a gold standard. It's not even a silver standard, okay? In some cases, on an emergency basis, it can keep a person alive, okay? But long range, this doesn't work, okay? It just doesn't work. It's some people say it's like shifting the chairs on the Titanic. It's still going to sink. And so we got to look at other things. And NAD Plus may not be the only one, okay? But we got to look at doing something different because what they call it, idiocy, I guess it is the definition of doing the same thing over and over and expect different results, okay? I've watched NAD Plus work, okay? And we need to get insurance coverage for this. My lobby could push for that. If I had 1 million people signed up right now, I could go forth and I could say, look, you know, it's not fair. We're spending all this money on Suboxone. It's not even a solution. And here's this other option. And maybe there's another option out there, okay? And there's non-opiate options. Just the other day, I was talking to a nurse, and she tells me that many times now they're experimenting with using a combination of ibuprofen and Tylenol, but injected, okay? And they found that pain relief, even after surgery, okay, is almost as successful as the opioids, okay? And so, but there's an issue. The issue is insurance companies will pay for the opioids. They won't pay for Tylenol and ibuprofen injectable. We got to change that. Another thing we can do with this lobby that I have, okay, is prescription prices really shouldn't be what they are. They're out of reach for some people, okay? And we can even have an effect on that. They've been talking about lowering prescription prices for a long time. Donald Trump, to his favor, okay, has actually done a little something on that. And I'm not really necessarily a fan of him, but he's done a little something in this area. But we need so much more, okay? And we can actually push to get that type of situation done. So I'm asking everybody here to pay attention to everything about NAD+, okay? And what we might be able to do for it. I ask you to dream big dreams, okay? I ask you to imagine what you might be able to do, okay? I ask you to help me fulfill my dream, okay, of making a difference, of forming that national organization that can end the opioid and addiction pandemic. It's just so important to me, and I've always felt that God was on our side. But you know what? It's through God. It's us. God can inspire us. God can maybe even help us, okay? But we have to do His work here on earth, okay? And I know everybody that's probably watching this right now really cares, okay? And we have to push to have this thing done. So help me help you, all right? And what I want to do now is basically, I think I've covered everything I wanted to, but I do want to show you something that I'm also excited about, okay? Another strange thing that I think God happened this year is, I wasn't known before this year, basically. The docuseries came out in February, okay? And all of a sudden now I'm known, and I'm kind of a spokesperson, okay? Well, at the same time, unknown to us is a girl was crowned Miss America. And she was actually crowned in December, but her term is 2020. And now because of COVID, she's, I think, going to get another year. Miss America is going to be in the Macy's parade, so you ought to watch her. But there's something unique about Miss America. Same time she comes out, okay, and I come out, okay, she's a pharmacy student. Her platform is what we can do to end the opiate epidemic and all these overdose deaths. So look at the coincidence of her and me together. Now, we actually team up together, and we won the Tamron Hall show, and they showed a picture of her, and I was talking, and Melissa Etheridge was talking about the overdose deaths because she lost her son. And Tamron said, well, I hear people call you and Miss America the Beauty and the Beast. And she says, I got another idea, okay? I would call y'all the Beauty and the Bodyguard. Because now people think I'm a tough guy because I went out and found my son's killer, okay? Well, I'm not that kind of tough guy, okay? I was driven, okay? But I am a tough guy on not quitting. I'm a tough guy on hard work and determination, which you don't get anything done without hard work and determination. And in my case, if you add hard work and determination and God, you just about can't lose, okay? And I can tell you this, if there's a chance at failure, it's worth it, okay? God is watching, or karma is watching. You got to try. So anyway, I'm going to show you all a picture of, I'm going to close and show you all a picture of a girl. And she is, when she dresses down, she's a girl. I've went fishing with her before. Okay. And she says, Dan, thank you for fighting the war on opioids. Camille Schreier, Miss America 2020. And this is that lovely young lady. And I want to say that this is just not about beauty. This girl is a scientist. She got a biochemistry degree prior to entering pharmacy school. And now she's in pharmacy school and has the same platform. She's also a Narcan trainer. Okay. And let me just tell you, with me and you and Miss America, and we're all in this together, okay? And I can tell you we can make a difference. And I do believe that Paula and Richard are on the same team, and this NAD Plus can make a big difference in this war on opiate addiction, methamphetamine addiction, mental health issues, because it has such a powerful effect on the brain. So I'm going to close now. We're going to have a little brief a question and answer period. And again, I thank you for being given this opportunity. I hope we can work together and make a difference.
Welcome to the question and answer phase. You can type in your questions. They're going to feed those to me. I'm, again, very thankful, Dan, for your talk and inspired. The picture of your son is really emotional for me. And I know you got great things coming, and we appreciate your support.
We really do. We really do. I really do. And if I keep talking, I'm going to tear up. So I'll just let you know.
We are definitely in this together.
We are.
Okay. It takes all of us. Okay. I hope I can be that spark, but we need people that specialize in treatment. Right. And you guys are doing that. And so we all can play a part in this.
Well, how is the Tunnel of Hope? How's your lobby coming along?
It's coming along pretty well. It is growing steadily. Okay. I have now a total of about, I'm going to say 10,000 followers. It is a little bit disappointing that not all of those 10,000 are actually signed up, but they adamant supporters. They in our Facebook group, they in our public page on a regular basis, but we only really have about 2,500 that actually signed in. And I would like that number to go up because it's kind of confusing to me. Why do I have 10,000 followers? And I have talked to some of them. Some of them think they're already in.
Yeah,
they don't think they have to take that final step. And I will say this: my website is a little rudimentary, and we're getting ready to upgrade that, and that might be a help also. But this thing is like a snowball. We are developing this snowball, and I do believe it's going to start spinning.
Well, I think you're right about that because today is our 20th anniversary, and it took 20 years for our snowball to get us to where we are now. So
we only got about 6 months. So I guess maybe I'm expected too much.
Be dealing with yourself. Be dealing with yourself. Indeed, it's definitely something we all have to.
Well, one of the comments from the audience was that a person. And I won't mention, she said she cried and her heart goes out to you and your family.
I think everyone, I have had comments from all around the country of appreciation and support, but almost every one of them also said sorry for your loss. And some of them even cried. Some of them said they couldn't watch it. And what I want to say about that is, for everybody that watched the show, my son's death and the story of my son's death is fresh. Okay. And believe me, I cried a million tears. Okay. When it was fresh. Okay. Fortunately now I have a mission and I kind of gather myself. There are still times I get a little emotional and I go to tear up, but I do want to let everybody know that we don't have the same level of pain that we had years ago. Okay. And I guess that's God's way. It will never end. Okay. But then again, the wound is softened some. Okay. And so everybody, we're doing okay. Our family's moving forward. We're on a mission. We're going to make something good happen.
Another comment, someone congratulated you or was approved of your calling the opiate addiction a pandemic.
Okay. All right. Well, the reason why I decided to call it a pandemic is this. Okay. At first, I went along with the fact that a long time ago, I called it an opiate epidemic. Okay. And then recently, 2 years ago, I think President Trump finally acknowledged that it was an opiate epidemic. That was 20 years after I said it. Okay. But when I started getting calls in and emails in and Facebook messages in, they didn't just come from our country. They came from around the world, okay? And I was asked to speak in Australia, Sydney, Australia. I was asked to speak in Ireland. I was asked to speak in the Philippines, okay? And people told me stories from all around the world. And I realized, and they started calling this COVID thing a pandemic, and it is, and it's a serious issue, okay? But, there's going to be a vaccine. It's going to subside. We've been losing these 200 funerals a day for years. 70, 80,000 people every year. Okay. COVID's going to exceed that this year. Okay. But hopefully COVID doesn't go 5 years. Okay. In 5 years, we're going to lose, 300,000 or 400,000 more kids.
Right.
So it's a big deal. And the only way you'd have to try to equalize it is to call it a pandemic. Call it what it is. Okay. It's a major worldwide problem.
Yes.
That's where we came with the pandemic.
Indeed.
I'm reading through some of the.
Sure. Again, while we're waiting for a question, I want to make one other thing that I wasn't able to squeeze into this thing. There's a lot of things I couldn't squeeze in, okay? But I want to bring attention to one thing that I said. Shortly after I shut this doctor down, she did eventually, a few months later, try to get a license back. And she did. She was entitled to an appeal. And so I went to a deposition when they were trying to work on her appeal. And naturally, her attorney tried to kind of tear me down and, belittle me and whatnot. And so in any event, he raises his voice and he says, "Mr. Schneider," he says, "let me ask this. How much time would you put in? How much money would you have spent to persecute this doctor?" And I said, "What's a life worth?" And he said, no, Mr. Schneider, you don't get to ask the questions here. Okay. I said, "That wasn't a question. That was my answer." And the whole room got quiet. Even the little stenographer that was actually taking down the thing stopped and it was like quiet. Well, Dr. Cleggett's appeal went nowhere. It was silly crap. Shortly after that, she said, "I have a drug problem," which she did, which she always had a drug problem herself, okay? But she finally admitted it in hopes that she might be able to get in some kind of rehab program, okay? And hey, maybe she had a chance at that, okay? Well, they sent her to a place in my hometown called Mandeville. And we used to speak of Mandeville as like, the crazy house in a sense. So later on, it shifted to addiction, okay? But they shipped her to Mandeville because there was a recovery center there, a treatment center. And when she got there, they almost killed her. They almost killed her. Okay. Well, everybody there were her patients. Everybody in the recovery center. So they ran her out of the place. Okay. Well, needless to say, she never successfully did any kind of recovery. She was really a messed up individual. And that's that story.
One question from the audience is, from a physician, any recommendations you'd have from your experiences and so forth toward treatment centers? Any other ideas, any things that might be helpful to treatment centers that are operating now?
You mean besides NAD plus?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Honestly, if you can do it with the 12-step program, there's a certain people that succeed. Many times faith-based programs do a good job. There's more than one way to accomplish treatment. I have heard some other novel ones, and I haven't had a chance to study them, but there's supposed to be some kind of an electronic device that you put, and it connects to the brain some kind of way, and it also helps you through the withdrawal period. And then, of course, you have to go into something longer term. And I will say that that's also the case with NAD+. It appears to be a miracle, okay, for those first 10 days, and maybe even a couple of months after, okay. But there has to be some follow-up, both counseling-wise and maybe some residual treatments. But there are many ways, okay, and we may find out that NAD+ is the absolute Cadillac, okay? But there are many ways, and I think people should try them. We don't really think, in general, Suboxone is the right thing, especially on a long-term basis, maybe on a short-term basis, and if you can get off of it and get into something else. Maybe you do that until you survive, and then maybe you go to Springfield, okay, and get off the Suboxone.
A lot of people do that. And let me just step in here for one little second, and that is what our 20 years of experience has taught us is that, first of all, addiction's a brain disease.
True.
What NAD will do is begin to do that repair. Then, at the end of the treatment for someone, they have a brain that can be actualized to their benefit.
Right.
And that, though, then requires follow-up and a maintenance situation.
Right. Correct.
But if you've got diabetes, you got to do some maintenance.
Absolutely.
If you've got heart disease, you got to do some maintenance.
Absolutely.
There's certain things that require maintenance just for the body, and there's an explanation of what that is. And some of our speakers may even address some of that over the next 2 days. But a person has a better chance in a rehab center if they've got their brain with them.
Absolutely.
That's just my little comment.
Let me look here. Yeah, let me just say, there have been occasional patients that we've gone back to Suboxone. So I'm not, I think Suboxone has its place. We're still finding that out. And I think NAD has its place, and we're trying to find that out as well. And other modalities as well.
Exactly.
We need everything, including the kitchen sink,
to make a dent in this problem.
Yes, absolutely.
And by the way, now with the Suboxone, they are starting to develop a long-acting injection, which one of the problems with Suboxone is not only you can debate on its usefulness, in some cases it does, but it's also being diverted. And the people that are supposed to be taking, really aren't taking it, they selling it, okay? And so if they do these long-term injections, at the very least, at least it can't be sold on the street. So
yeah, there is diversion with it, and some of the addicts are using it to detox so that for the weekend they can go back to using.
Right, exactly.
And we've seen that happen.
This is a major handle.
Looks like we're getting some cues. We got just a short period of time. I don't know if we got any more questions, but very appreciative of your efforts. We fully support, and I'm one of those that support you, and I got to sign up today. I'm one of those that said I support, and I haven't taken the time.
By the way,
and I got to do that.
My email address is dschneider@tofhope.com. So anybody has a question, you can send one directly to me, and I'll be glad to try to answer it.
Perfect.
dschneider@tofhope.com. That's the abbreviation for Tunnel of Hope.
Right.
Right.
And thank y'all. I really appreciate it.
No, thanks.
And I'm glad that you're signing on, and I encourage everybody else to.
I'm going to tithe. Our next speaker is Dr. ARWEN PODESTA. She's going to speak on addiction, neurobiology, and treatments. Dr. PODESTA is a board-certified adult psychiatrist with subspecialization in addiction medicine, forensic psychiatry, and integrative medicine. She serves on the clinical faculty of Tulane Psychiatry Residency, Louisiana State University Psychiatry Residency, and Tulane Addiction Medicine Fellowship Program. She also serves as the president of the Louisiana chapter of the American Society of Addiction Medicine. And Dr. PODESTA is a valued consultant to our facility. She sees patients regularly, and she adds a really important dimension to what we're doing here. So I very much welcome Dr. PODESTA. She's sponsored by 100% VIP.
Hi, I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, Dr. Métier. Thank you, Paula. Dan, it was a pleasure to hear you speak and learn a little bit more and meet you. And I think that last question, or the second to last question that was asked about what can treatment centers do to help, I think that's exactly what, it's like you were planted. I don't know who asked that question, but that's what I'm going to talk about. And also, I do want to mention the Tunnel of Hope, that's real. And I'm excited that Dan is working for the interest of all of the people that I work with and have worked with, patients especially. I know very well that that actual tunnel of beautiful oak trees on East St. Bernard Highway out in St. Bernard Parish, and it is truly beautiful, and it's a serene, wonderful drive right there. Well, I'm going to talk today about, substance use disorders, addiction, what's up? What are we doing? And this is a little bit about me. So some stats. I know Dan started with some data, but he's talking about a particular area. This is national statistics, and it is so massive. We have alcohol problems, we have tobacco problems, we have cannabis, stimulants, hallucinogens, tranquilizers, synthetics, and this slide doesn't even show the opioid issue. So in 2017-18, what Dan's son died of, or what Dan's son was involved with, which was opioids, these are some of the data. So the synthetic opioid-related deaths, increased by 10%. 67% of all opioid-involved deaths were related to synthetics. And in synthetics, I'm not talking about methadone, which is a synthetic. I'm talking about the fentanyl and fentanyl analogs that are not the fentanyl that was produced in patch form or that our surgeon and anesthesiologist friends use in the OR. These are street fentanyl and fentanyl analogs that are being brought in from other countries and sold on the black market. In 2018, the prescribing rates were about 51.4 prescriptions per 100 people. And that's, can you imagine if we had that many antibiotics per 100 people, we would have a super bug. Well, we have a super problem with opioids. Cocaine overdoses were increased. Lots of more interesting statistics. A lot of the problem with the opioids is that it is in combination with benzodiazepines. It causes respiratory depression, and we have problems there. I'm sorry about my reference at the bottom is kind of obscuring the last point, but as of 2019, deaths from methamphetamine has tripled since 2014, and so meth is our next wave. So when we're talking about substance use, we're not talking about the opioid pandemic only. We're talking about the addiction and drug use and overdose pandemic. Okay, so these are some more data talking about numbers. And if we break it down, the reason that our administrations have been more interested, I think, is because there is a $4 billion hospital cost. And then there's even more dollars that are in the cost of lives, the cost of overdose, the cost of re-entering into programs. But as of 2016, about 130 people were dying a day of opioid use disorder, and that was including prescription opioids and illicit opioids. Opioid overdoses come in 4 trends. I think this is really interesting because this blue line is the natural and semi-synthetic opioids like oxycodone and hydrocodone. And so those are generally from a prescriber and then used illicitly. Some of them are manufactured outside of the United States and moved in on the black market. Then the red line is the one that we're most concerned about. That's fentanyl and fentanyl analogs. And it says tramadol in there. There's hardly any overdose deaths that are attributed to tramadol alone. And then that green line is methadone, and the purple line is heroin. Heroin has decreased a little bit in the past several years, however, not markedly. So it's almost a plateau. But that fentanyl is what we're really worried about, and that's what people are dying of. Just in case anyone wanted to see the difference between 2013 and 2017 in your state, wherever you are, if you're in the United States, if you want to compare the fatal opioid overdoses between those 4 years, you can see that in almost all states, except Wyoming and Montana, where the ends are very small, the overdose rate has increased tremendously in some states. I'm in Louisiana, and we have a pretty decent spike. It's a problem everywhere. And for those states that were in the bottom of the alphabet, so here we have, sorry, this is the other states here. Okay. Just to remind you, if you have not been, or to educate you on what the deal is with fentanyl and carfentanil and these fentanyl analogs, when people bring in heroin, if you remember those big heroin busts, like if someone was bringing in, one duffel bag of heroin through the airport and they got through, that would be distributed to a small community, to not that many people. One duffel bag is not going to distribute to a large community or a whole city. Whereas that same amount of fentanyl or even carfentanil, that could distribute to an entire city of Los Angeles if you brought a duffel bag of carfentanil in. So that is why it's being used. So people ask, why are drug dealers pushing a drug that does not, that kills people? Well, it's because it actually gets more people hooked than it kills, and that's just a loss to them, and they're not doing the economics of the death. they're doing the economics of the sale. And so bringing in a smaller amount, if you brought in one little package of carfentanil into the black market or mailed it from another country, it wouldn't necessarily get dinged as much as the amount of heroin that would be necessary to feed that opioid need. Okay, so Dan did talk about addiction. Paula mentioned addiction being a neurobiological brain disease. This is the agreed upon definition. Actually, recently we've added another word in it. Addiction is a primary, and the other word we're using is treatable. Addiction is a primary treatable chronic neurobiological disease with genetic and psychosocial and environmental factors influencing its development and manifestation. It's characterized by behaviors that have impaired control over use, compulsive use, continued use despite harm, and cravings. And then we have a second type of definition down below from 1997. Okay, so we also have comorbidities with addiction. And so when Dan was talking about pain medicines, a lot of people that have addiction, especially to opioid pain pills, have pain, true pain, have mood disorders, have anxiety, have obsessive compulsive traits, auditory visual hallucinations, and primary care issues such as CHF, which is congestive heart failure, cirrhosis, pneumonia, infectious disease, and more. There's so much more. Anyway, so because of these co-occurring severe, complex, chronic medical and mental conditions, we need comprehensive and coordinated care for the treatment of those with addiction and long-term management and wraparound services. That's what's missing. I want to pause for a second of my content and just go over language really quickly, because speaking about the people that are suffering from addiction, people that have addiction, language matters. When we say addict, when we say bad, when we say dirty clean, when we say popped positive on a drug screen, those tend to sound street languagey. They tend to be negative connotations. And so I try to use words like addiction, substance use disorder, dependence, abuse. I try not to use abuse that I was actually taking out of the DSM recently because it is, it sounds like it's a choice. And what we know is it's sometimes not a choice. And so stigma related to opioid use disorders, and there's been studies about this recently, is that we really have to know that opioid use disorder is a medical illness, but it's still overshadowed by the misconception that it's a failing or a moral weakness or a choice. And we have to separate opioid use disorders when it comes to how we're going to treat them, treat the patient, treat the person suffering from opioid addiction. We have siloed opioid treatment. We have siloed addiction treatment outside of the medical community, and only recently has it come back in or has it come in. We used to lock people up for solely the only reason that they were locked up was because they had an addiction. We use loaded language, and that continues to stigmatize those associated with the condition. And then, of course, I also work in the criminal justice system. I work with reentry court and have worked with drug court for years. The criminal justice system is learning and being educated and starting to withhold medical judgment, but they are slow to come to it. So that's an area that I educate a lot. Okay, what is the treatment that we have thus far? Well, let's talk about types of treatment. Like for me, when I think of the philosophy of addiction and versus the science of addiction, I think philosophy is like a character flaw. Drugs cause addiction. This is the moral failing philosophy. Substance use disorder is fueled by choice. Just stop. Why can't you just stop? Whereas the science that Paula was talking about, we have the reward cycle, we have the dopamine pathway. We know that drug use, even prescribed drugs as prescribed by a physician, post-surgical, for example, which sometimes we do need pain medicine, drugs can cause that took excessive cold medicine. That changed their behavior, So drugs can influence the way the brain works and influence behavior. Now, traditional treatment in the old days was abstinence-based. Does abstinence-based treatment work? That is the big question. So in 2017, I want to highlight this center study. There was an array of individuals post-treatment in abstinence-based programs only. In 1 month, only 42.8% of the patients were abstinent. And in 12 months, 36.2 were abstinent. Now, great for those 36.2 patients, but what about the percent? What about that other 64%? That's my concern, is the 64% that aren't abstinent after 12 months of treatment. And when someone's not abstinent from an opioid, we worry about overdose risk and death. So let's talk about treatment. Neurotransmitters, every drug that causes an addiction or that is involved in addiction behaviors causes a dopamine spike in the reward pathway in the brain, in the midbrain. So if those have people that might have a genetic underpinning or even some trauma that might make their brain seek that spike, they have a poorer recovery from the spike, and therefore they keep on seeking and keep on seeking. And so the neurotransmitters involved in addiction in general and all behavior and brain stuff, really, the main ones are dopamine, serotonin, GABA and glutamate, and norepinephrine. I have some pictures that I want to show you. So this is monoamines are neurotransmitters, and those are dopamine and norepinephrine or noradrenaline and serotonin. I love this picture because this is the little Venn diagram of all the things related to these three neurotransmitters. So you can look at this, but the key component in the center is mood. So for someone that has a serotonin variant or serotonin that's not highly functional, and they have dopamine specifically related to pleasure, reward, and addiction, they're always going to have mood issues. Alertness issues, always going to have mood issues. So there is in the center, everyone is going to have a mood issue, which is why in a treatment program, for just a straight addiction treatment program, close to 90% of people could meet criteria for major depressive disorder on their day one when they're coming off of the drug because of this mood component. Doesn't mean it lasts, because it repairs. Okay, so how do we treat? Medication-assisted treatment is for opioid use disorder is like buprenorphine, which is the brand name Suboxone. I'm going to not use brand names because there's multiple. Let me tell you the brand names. So buprenorphine comes in multiple forms, which is Zubsolv, Suboxone, Sublocade, which is the monthly injectable that Dan was talking about, Bunavail, and also generic buprenorphine. So medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder includes methadone, buprenorphine, and extended-release naltrexone or naltrexone, and I'll go over what those look like. But this is just looking at the trends and showing you that there were very few people that received buprenorphine when they had an opioid use disorder diagnosed even in the hospital. And so what we've been trying to do over the past many years is to increase the availability of medication-assisted treatments because it saves lives. It might not repair the brain fully, but it saves lives. So we are trying to increase this use. We are doing so, but that is not the only thing we need to do. Here's my little, my book called Hooked has this picture in it. And this is just showing you where some drugs work in the brain. This is the midbrain. We can talk about this. This is a whole hour discussion. We can talk about this later. But the things in red are drugs of addiction. And you can see opioids, amphetamines, nicotine, cannabinoids, MDMA, PCP, alcohol. And the things in black are medicines. And so when we're removing an opiate from the brain, from it acting at the opiate receptor, we need to do something to repair that. And if we can't repair it, we can at least replace it. And so for those that don't have access to the NAD repair, we at least can replace it with buprenorphine, naltrexone, etc. So this is one option, using these sorts of medicines for replacing the drug. And look, nicotine's over there on the right. That's a great example. Nicotine, we all know someone that has smoked and failed to, failed, that's a negative connotation. They have smoked, they've been addicted to tobacco, and they have stopped on their own, and they have relapsed. And it's a chronic relapsing treatable disease. Some of the treatment includes varenicline, which is Chantix, the brand name, plus nicotine replacement. And when you put those two plus therapy and behavioral change, it works. And many people are able to quit smoking. That's the same exact story with medication-assisted treatment for opioids. And so that is my little picture. So standard evidence-based treatments include all of these things, and many treatment facilities have most of these things. What could we do to make it better? We're going to talk about that too. Okay, so pharmacotherapy we use pharmacotherapy for detox of alcohol, benzos, and opioids. Sorry for the formatting funk. But these are some of the treatment mechanisms we have that are pharmaceuticals for detoxing, because detoxing is very uncomfortable from especially opioids, alcohol, and benzodiazepines. And in fact, detoxing from alcohol and benzodiazepines, if you quit those cold turkey, it could cause seizure and perhaps death. So that is, we do not recommend that. These are pharmacotherapy for maintenance treatments of various addictions. And over on the right, I talked about nicotine. That's an important one to really think about. These are really, these work, and that's an example of how some of these other things can work. We need to be able to use pharmacotherapy, but not necessarily pharmacotherapy alone. Back to the fact that the fact that a lot of substance use disorder treatments do not offer medication-assisted treatment, and only a third of patients with opioid dependence at these programs actually receive it. And that is for a whole bunch of reasons, because a lot of it has to do with stigma. I don't want to replace one drug for another. Well, I showed you that picture of the brain pathways, and if you have just an empty, unrepaired set of receptors and you remove something, you're going to have cravings, and most likely you're going to have relapse. So these are the three medications that I was mentioning. Methadone is a full agonist at the opioid receptor. Buprenorphine is a partial agonist at the opioid receptor. Naltrexone is a antagonist or an opioid blocker, so it's not an opioid. And naltrexone comes in the oral daily formulation or in the extended release under the brand name Vivitrol. And then naloxone is Narcan, is the inverse agonist, and that is what we use in short-acting rescue from opioid overdose. All right, so look at these. These are three different tools, the top three. And so we've had lots of studies comparing methadone and buprenorphine. We know that buprenorphine got on the market to be kind of somewhat an improvement because it's a partial agonist that has less risk of overdose. So what about buprenorphine and extended release naltrexone? A lot of people think, only the buprenorphine is going to be effective for cutting cravings because it's a partial opiate, or only the naltrexone is going to be okay because it's not divertible, because there's no, it's not an agonist, it's an antagonist. Anyway, so there was a 24-week trial, not sponsored by pharmaceutical industry, of a lot of patients, and it was comparing buprenorphine to extended-release naltrexone, Vivitrol, and it just showed they were not inferior to one another. But it showed that the access setting and patient preference must be considered. And it also showed a secondary endpoint, oddly, was that their craving profile on people on both of those, the cravings decreased drastically and they stayed the same over 6 months. So the cravings stayed low equally between the two arms of the study, buprenorphine, extended release naltrexone. So one is not superior, they're not inferior to another. So great, MAT, medication-assisted treatment, works. A, it's not widely used. B, it doesn't work well enough. Even with pharmacotherapy and psychotherapy, studies still show that there's less than 50% success rate in a year. Remember the first couple slides? Abstinence-based treatment, 36%. We've only increased by 14%. Abstinence-based, 36%. Great. 64% are stuck. Pharmacotherapy and psychotherapy, less than 50%. It's close to 50%. Anyway, so what do? They relapse within the first month, and relapse can equal death, and that is really a big problem. It also equals a lot of other problems, psychosocial, many other issues, family, community, environment, public health, so many other issues, lost wages, lost, parenting issues. But regardless, it also equals death, and that's what is not reversible. Everything else can be treated. Well, there's an art to addiction treatment. So, medicine is a combination of science and craft. Treatment has to be multimodal. These complicated disease states, it has to be multifactorial. We have to think of the whole treatment. So we have integrative approaches. That's like a fancy word that is thrown around in healthcare. The basic integrative substance use treatment is integrating it into primary care, which it hasn't been for a long time. And so a lot of nurse practitioners, a lot of FQHCs, federally qualified medical homes, are incorporating primary care with addiction treatment, at least but we know that some people need a higher level of care. But it interrelates the physical illness and the mental state and the addiction, and it's fantastic. So that's a great start. Integrative approaches, nice start, check. Okay, another integrative approach is a person-centered care with a chronic disease approach, which can be done. It takes a team approach, collaboration, evidence-based clinical decision-making, information sharing, community resources such as housing and employment and childcare services. Anyway, that leads to self-management and recovery support. That's great. It is done, but it takes a very big team approach and collaboration, and not a lot of providers are in the collaboration mode. We want more. More integrative approaches, nutrition, relaxation, meditation, etc. And this really treats the whole individual, but has a spiritual transformation. And that's what I'd like to see with all of my patients. And I aim for it. We all aim for it. And then precision approaches. Precision medicine is kind of the maybe a piece of functional medicine. And that is a very detailed clinical interview with blood workups and with urine testing and perhaps genetic and genomic testing and toxin and gut microbiota testing and more. And then we have holistic approaches, which is like looking at the macro and micro, and all of these treatment tools that I'm about to talk about really do feed into this. Stress, functional brain abnormalities, looking at cellular mechanisms, looking at the microbiome, inflammation, injury, nutrition, and environment. So addiction is a complex disorder. We have to have early identification. We want a chronic patient-centered care approach. We need multiple courses of treatment. We need to expect that the individual suffering from addiction is going to relapse, but it's treatable. We need to be open to using pharmacotherapy for a short or a long time. We need to keep the accountability, and connection is key. Keep the foot in the door when someone does relapse. Really think about dopamine tone. Think about improving brain and body function. Damage repair. So damage repair and NAD is something that will be talked about a lot today. I'm very excited about that. We need to decrease the sensitivity, and that could be related to using therapy. And we need to enhance coping skills, and that is where therapy comes in as well. I have a whole lot to add to this. I think we can get through it. So really what I want to make a point of is that I want to do anything to improve patient outcomes. I want traditional precision and integrative approaches, and just knowing that what Aristotle said, which is sometimes misinterpreted, but the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And so if we can add all of these approaches together, we can create a change and actually treat the brain disease of addiction. This is my husband's artwork. I always think this is like the reductionist of the pain spine, and we need the whole spine. We need the whole body, the whole person, the whole community. I want to go quickly through. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to be able to get to this. I have a whole bunch of other slides I'm sorry, there seems to be one missing that has a list of all of the different things that I wanted to talk about, that I wanted to kind of open the door to. And so I talked about microbiome as one part of treatment. We need to think about mycotoxin testing and treatment. We need to think about other workarounds such as peptides, which many of you are knowledgeable about, repair mechanisms such as NAD and some other repair mechanisms. Genomics is key. Doing genetic testing and genomics, I think, is really useful and can be incredibly elucidating to help drive treatment, because everybody in this is quite an individual. It's a complicated, complex disease, but there's individual predilections to different pathways. And I think you'll hear a lot from people in all of these, with all of this knowledge, and I hope that we're able to answer some questions. So without further ado, I think we're going to go to a Q&A.
Welcome to the Q&A section for Dr. Podesta. Again, thank you so much for your presentation. Again, our speakers are donating time, energy, a lot of thoughtfulness, and I'm very appreciative. And we all are in this together, trying to brainstorm. There are some questions that came up in the chat box. One important question was the use of amino acid neurotransmitter precursors. I don't know what your experience with that is. We have had experience trying to help restore brains using amino acid precursors. There's a variety of them out there. What are your thoughts about that?
I use a lot of nutritional supplementation from amino acids from single amino acids to combinations depending on the makeup of the patient, to a lot of vitamins, minerals, and even some botanicals. I think it's really well-founded. There's good research in it. There really is good research in it. It's few and far between, but we don't end up with a whole lot of data on it because it's not pharmaceutically industry driven. But yeah, there are good outcomes with precursors in particular. For sleep, for mood, for anxiety. So that little Venn diagram I had, you can kind of look at the patient makeup and kind of see what category are they falling in. Are they a serotonin? Are they behind the game in serotonin, or in norepinephrine, or in dopamine? And then think about what precursors and what could influence the production pathway in one of those sets of neurotransmitters, and then upregulate that. Some people get a little uncomfortable when you do that. And if they're already on a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, for example, you might make their serotonin a little too high and it might get bumpy for a minute. So you have to really balance. But absolutely, nutritional therapy is huge.
I agree. And, agree with the concept that we have so much to learn yet about all these nuanced nutritional strategies that we aren't able to research because we just don't have, we still have the support of research dollars, but we'd like to. Another question came up about your experience with post-acute withdrawal, which is still being defined, but we see here commonly it's the post-acute withdrawal symptoms that will take people back to using.
Totally.
So and we see also with the IV NAD, if we're able to give them a booster, we can down-regulate or eliminate the post-acute withdrawal for a period of time. What other things have you seen to be useful for post-acute withdrawal?
Oh my God. So first of all, I wish that we could just call it damage instead of post-acute withdrawal. It's basically like neural damage. And it's sometimes peripheral damage as well, particularly with benzodiazepines. And we've had some benzo patients that have been some of the roughest because they have this really long-lived damage so we're calling it benzodiazepine injury syndrome, right? And so let's repair that. And so let's think of what is the cause. I like to look at the root cause, try and figure out what if it was an opioid, what could the opioid have been doing to the brain, to the opioid receptors, to the periphery, and how can we treat that ongoing? And I use a lot of acupuncture. I'm fortunate to have an acupuncturist in my building, not in my practice, but we share a lot of patients. Use a lot of nutritional supplementation, a lot of NAD, lot of botanicals. And so just try and figure out think about the molecule and what it did, how it damaged, and then try and repair the damage. Mm-hmm. But it can last a long time, particularly with benzos and alcohol, but benzos definitely.
Yeah, we hear from our opiate relapsers, commonly for sometimes 9 months or more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think damage is a good way to go, and it may replace post-acute withdrawal.
Yeah.
But that's the reality. You have a damaged system.
Right.
And we need to repair.
That's right. And
just
so,
like an engine.
Right. I'm currently working with a group called benzoreform.org, and they're writing, basically they're the ones that started coining the word benzodiazepine injury syndrome and putting it in literature. And so it's a great tool to help patients help lower or stop their benzos. I wanted to plug that, actually. It's really a good tool, benzoreform.org.
Another good question from an esteemed physician out there. Which genes do you analyze, and how do you make treatment decisions based on those? And that is a huge subject.
Well, okay, so I used to just look at OPRM1 and at some dopamine transporters and MAO, and I used to look at and MTHFR, and then Intellex DNA, which is a genetic and genomic research company, they came out with a fantastic panel, and I think you're hearing from the scientific director, chief medical officer, Sharon, tomorrow.
Tomorrow she'll be presenting on this topic.
I'm actually going to let her speak to that. So the way I use it in the past has been not as advanced as I use it since I started using Intellex DNA. It's fantastic.
Right.
Good question.
Yeah, good question. I'm looking for other questions. We're open to pick Dr. Podesta's brain, and I'm happy to be picked at a little bit too.
I know there's questions.
Yeah, I know there's questions.
Something that I don't think you're covering in this summit today, because it's not exactly related to NAD, but it is related to treatment. And I work closely with some functional medicine docs in the New Orleans area. And one of the things that is really highlighted is the problem in New Orleans with mold and mycotoxins. And so I know you have the panels available here at Springfield. I just had a patient who's been a really chronically ill patient with mental issues and with addiction issues. And so much so that he couldn't act to come to Springfield. He couldn't make the decision. He couldn't act to go get ketamine, which is another thing I use a lot of, but I didn't mention that, but you'll hear from Dr. Liang later. Anyway, so he finally ended up suicidal, psychotic in the hospital recently, in the traditional hospital, but I was able to talk with his provider, who's a peer, and we were able to get him to a treatment program in Colorado that does mycotoxin testing. They do all of these other bells and whistles that are considered bells and whistles because insurance doesn't pay for it, but it is repairing and restoring as opposed to just maintaining abstinence, And so I'm just really impressed with this treatment program, and I'm really happy that he's getting the treatment he needs. And so now we're actually testing his parents and looking at what that looks like and seeing how we can do some, more community and family repair. It's really cool.
Yeah, in a perfect world, if things were paid for, we'd be doing testing on everybody.
Sure.
Along with microbiome, lots of things we'd like to do that people are paying out of their pockets for a lot of this, and we have to prioritize.
I know.
But I think that's a huge area.
Well, and the problem is with things like, zinc repair and microbiome and mycotoxin testing, and using all these non-IV oral supplementations that are, well-founded, they take 3 months. And when someone is in crisis, 3 months is not it's a long time to be in crisis.
Right.
And then if you're trying to do it in a hospital setting, you're not going to get someone in a hospital or in a treatment program for 3 months to do that repair. So we need to rethink this. And it's just, we've not been successful for the majority of patients. And so that's what we're trying to do, is more success.
Yeah. Another question, kratom has come up. We detox some people off of kratom.
Yeah.
Because of its short half-life sometimes, and they do pretty well. the detox, but where do you see kratom in this field?
Yeah, I mean, kratom is, although it's legal, it is, and the DEA would like it to not be legal, but it's legal right now. It's being used for people to self-detox from opioids, and I've had a couple of people that have successfully self-detoxed from opioids, and guess what? Now I've had to detox them from kratom. So it has the same addictive potential, but it also has an added thing that people might like that's a little bit, it hits like meth does. So it's a little opiate-like, a little meth-like, has the opioid addictive qualities that make withdrawal hard, maybe not as hard as a full agonist opioid, but that meth quality is what I find when patients detox and then I get them off of the kratom, then they have sunk because they've transformed their dopamine receptors like meth would. And so then they have like almost a dopamine lowering that ends up causing a whole slew of other problems. So their ADD crops up, or, new diagnoses.
Not paying attention.
Yeah. That's good. We're seeing it a lot. But again, we're seeing a lot of meth as well. Like it's not a new phenomenon, but it's the resurging phenomenon. There's no real pharmacology, FDA-approved treatment for that. And it's just a nightmare.
Yeah, we've been working with meth for many, many years, but lately we've been seeing people that may come off opiates and they have that still damage or post-acute withdrawal, low energy. They'll then go to meth and then get addicted to that. And we've seen that before. Again, NAD, our experience with IV and NAD has been helpful to both. I see one comment from someone that the kratom maintenance was more helpful than NAD. I would just question what sort of maintenance they were using for either one. The people we worked with kratom, we see the ones that have gotten addicted. I haven't worked with ones that have not gotten addicted.
Right, same.
Yeah. So
I have one accountant that he uses it. He uses it just during tax season. Seriously.
Kratom?
Yeah.
Too?
And so I have seen one person, but usually they're not seeking care, right? So so we don't usually get to see those that are using it.
Right. Well, again, thanks so much. And I think unless there are any more questions, let me see if there's anything. Oh, somebody's asking about peptides. It's a good question. It's something I've been looking at and stalking for a while. We have used really 2 peptides with a patient who was coming off of benzos. He was having a long-term, and so I only have one experience. He thought it was helpful.
But we have some people in the audience that are experts, and is Dr. Payne speaking?
No, but we don't have a talk on peptides, but I think it's, again, another valuable adjunct to weave in and understand. There's so many peptides that I think it's going to be hard to get all the good research data, but, why not begin to explore them, especially since the ones that we use are safe. We use BPC and we've used Salank. Those are the only 2 we've used, but we have some people visiting here that have had much more experience with peptides than we have. And I see another question about ketamine and NAD. I don't know if we got 2 minutes that you can talk about that.
Oh, 1 minute.
Yeah. So ketamine, working on the NMDA system, it's now approved intranasally, FDA approved intranasally for depression, and we're seeing it in some settings being used in combination with NAD in an IV form. And I think Henry's going to talk about that later tomorrow. But I have had some great success with just a handful of patients that have, I've been working with one of an anesthesiologist that has a ketamine infusion center in the New Orleans area and in the North Shore. And I've been working with Dr. Ball for quite some time with some of my very difficult depression patients. And it's been wildly successful with ketamine, and the studies are there and the mechanism is there. It looks great. And then probably within the past 6 months, he's been able to also add NAD in the infusion, and the combination seems to be like the Aristotle, the sum, the sum is better than the whole is better than the sum of the parts. Yeah. So I think it's great. I think it's something to explore more, and we're going to have a talk about it.
Right. Yeah, I'm excited about exploring that as well. Mm-hmm. So there are some more questions, but we're out of time. And these questions we can get to, answer some of them with the chat. And also at the end of the day, when the presenters get together in a panel discussion. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 11 with the next presenter. Thank you so much again for your participation.
Yay.
Very good. Thanks.
Well, let me take this off. Welcome back to our next presentation. We have Dr. Susan Broom, who's a researcher for Springfield Wellness and an associate professor of psychology at the School of Natural and Behavioral Sciences in William Carey University. Susan has been with us really from our inception, working on research protocols, designing studies, and so forth. She's an integral part of our operation and really has done an excellent job. Her talk is going to be on intravenous administration of NAD, that it significantly improves withdrawal symptoms associated with chronic opioid exposure. And her talk is sponsored by BR Plus MD Consultants. Again, thanks for your participation in this event. And also a reminder that this is being recorded for your viewing later.
Good morning, and I'd like to thank you to Doc Metier and Paula Norris Metier for inviting me to speak to you on behalf of our research endeavors involving NAD as a safe and effective treatment for substance use disorders. As Dan had pointed out earlier, we must work toward finding alternatives that possess therapeutic benefits while minimizing abuse liability. So with that in mind, I wanted to go over our presentation summary and objectives for the day. I'm going to discuss the neuromechanisms and behaviors associated with the positively and negatively reinforcing effects of chronic opioid exposure and emphasize the importance of developing treatment protocols that provide therapeutic benefits while minimizing abuse liability. I'm going to evaluate some results from retrospective studies utilizing IV NAD administration protocols in treating symptoms associated with acute withdrawal. And then I want to present data from ongoing studies that evaluate long-term outcomes of IV NAD in the treatment of opioid use disorders. In this slide, I wanted to emphasize the neuromechanisms that are most commonly associated with the reward system. So in this diagram, we have the dopamine reward pathway. And what I wanted to point out with this slide is that acute exposure to substances such as alcohol, opioids, psychostimulants, and benzodiazepines cause increased release of dopamine in the nucleus accumbens, specifically in the accumbens shell. The amount of dopamine released determines the level of reward. In other words, these are looking at the positively reinforcing effects. Also, what I've seen in previous research is that small increases in stress-induced dopamine in the accumbens are a sign of coping with stressors. And in other words, this could represent a negatively reinforcing effect. In terms of chronic exposure, chronic substance use can cause functional changes in the mesolimbic dopamine pathway, resulting in functional changes in behavior. And this is something that I'm going to point out in the next slide when I talk about some of the behaviors. But when we're looking at operant conditioning and negative reinforcement, these kinds of behaviors can develop in a period of time, and then they become resistant to extinction. In terms of interactions with the mesolimbic dopamine pathway, I wanted to highlight some other structures that are involved in the addiction cycle. And one of the ones I wanted to point out is the area of interest to me is the locus coeruleus, amygdala, and bed nucleus areas. These are noradrenergic regions that are primarily involved in the opioid withdrawal syndrome. So of interest to me is looking at what is going on there on a cellular level to assess how that might be contributing to stress-induced drug relapse and overall cravings and withdrawal syndrome. In terms of the behaviors, the development of classically conditioned and operant conditioned behaviors during the acute and chronic drug exposure, there are three that I wanted to point out. In classical conditioning, you're looking at the behaviors that develop due to the associative stimulus response relationships. And some examples of these might be the triggers, the compensatory responses that take place, and the cravings that get triggered in response to presence of cues associated with the drug and the anticipatory behaviors. In terms of the operant conditioning behaviors, we're looking at positive reinforcement, which is the occurrence of behavior that increases in addition to a good consequence. So in other words, the euphoric effects and the rewarding properties. In terms of negative reinforcement, what you're looking at is the occurrence of a behavior that will increase due to the removal of a bad or aversive consequence, such as you're taking the drug to relieve pain or anxiety or maybe cravings. Connecting the brain structures to the function in the addiction cycle is key in the establishment of SUDs as brain diseases. With regard to the long-term consequences, in terms of tolerance, we're referring to those things that happen with reduced effects due to repeated administration of the same dose. So this can actually happen at both the behavioral and the cellular level. With withdrawal, we're referring to those symptoms that are both psychological, such as cravings, and physiological, such as the opioid withdrawal syndrome. So these things will present when the drug is ceased. These symptoms are further contributing to the maintenance of the maladaptive behaviors associated with substance use disorders due in large part to the negatively reinforcing properties. Now, I wanted to take a minute and review some of the traditional treatments that we have available. These are generically referred to as medical assistance therapies. The first group are the naltrexone and naloxone, are opioid antagonists and produce immediate reversal of opioid effects. Most commonly, these are administered in opioid overdose. Methadone is a synthetic opioid that blocks the effects of heroin and other opioids, eliminates withdrawal symptoms, and relieves drug craving. Methadone reduces the severity of the opioid withdrawal and allows patients to taper off. Buprenorphine is a partial mu opioid receptor agonist and kappa opioid receptor antagonist. Approved in 2002, it has a longer half-life and less severe withdrawal syndrome, but the results are mixed regarding the effectiveness compared to methadone. Now, the limitations with medical assistance therapy. These are clinical conditions that are perceived as complex brain diseases that are chronic and relapsing in nature. Current approaches are lacking in evidence-based approaches that address these issues. And despite their success at acute detox, these traditional approaches, combined with the associated stigma and treatment as a criminal justice issue, lack support in addressing safety concerns and measurable success in long-term positive outcomes. So in other words, participation in follow-up and following up with reduced relapse, confirming reduced relapse rates. Medical assistance therapy fails to adequately address how clinicians can treat patients without creating problems long-term. So in other words, they are still continuing to treat a drug with a drug. Our proposed solution is BR plus NAD. So optimal therapies will maximize therapeutic effects while minimizing abuse liability. In other words, these approaches will safely help the brain restore healthy cell function and maintain sobriety over the long term by alleviating cravings and reducing relapse episodes. It is also of importance that combinations of approaches, particularly focused on aftercare support, will lead to higher success in the long term. This next section, I want to focus on some results from retrospective studies that have used the BR plus administration protocol in treating the symptoms associated with acute withdrawal. So this first retrospective analysis was performed in 2014 and involved examining the anti-craving properties of NAD in a group of 60 patients. The patients were adult males and females with addictions to primarily opiates and alcohol. The treatment comprised of IV infusions of NAD, as well as vitamins, oral amino acids, and variable prescription medications. This is known as BR plus NAD, for an average of 10 consecutive days, ranging from 8 to 10 hours daily. Self-reported craving ratings on a scale of 1 to 10 were collected on day 1 before starting the first infusion, on day 5, and on day 10 after the completion of the last infusion. And this is the figure depicting the first set of results obtained from that study. This slide is showing you the craving ratings as a function of the IV infusion day, beginning with day 1 before the start of the first infusion. So this is their baseline craving rating, and then across the 5th and 10th days of the treatment protocol. And what we see in this figure is that NAD significantly reduces craving ratings associated with acute opioid and alcohol withdrawal at day 5 and day 10 of treatment. In expanding upon this initial group of subjects, we developed another protocol in 2017 to expand the population numbers for both groups. And we're still using the pre-existing chart data information from Springfield Wellness Center. And this is primarily involved in assessing the self-report craving ratings and nurses' notes pages, as well as standardized assessments such as CAL scores. It includes additional short-term outcome measures in response to the IV BR plus NAD. So additional data in this analysis included, where available, demographic information such as age and sex, and completion rates. So they completed a minimum of 8 days of the IV BR plus NAD treatment protocol. We looked at patient-reported cravings, anxiety, depression, pain, and sleep on a 1 to 10 scale. This was also reported on the nurse's note page. And of other importance for us was to collect the first 5 days of CALS or CWA scores where appropriate. In an extension of this, another research group was interested in measuring the plasma NAD plus NADH ratios and inflammatory markers. And I'm going to show you a figure with that in where we looked at the correlations between those inflammatory markers and the CALS assessment scores. So our results from this section looked at the demographics and the descriptive data for the opioid group. That's the group I'm going to focus on for today. So the opioid group averaged 36 years of age and comprised 81% males and 13.5% females. 2 were unspecified. The pattern of withdrawal symptoms noted on the CALS assessment form in comparison to the patient-reported cravings rating support that patients are experiencing withdrawal defined as low severity according to CALS and moderate severe on the cravings ratings. 3 of 18 patients had a CALS score reported for day 6, and 1 patient had scores reported for days 6 through 10. Other descriptive information from this analysis were that no adverse events were reported from the IV BR plus NAD treatment protocol over the first 3 days. In the initial observations, the nurse's notes page for patient-rated symptoms of cravings, anxiety, depression, irritability, and pain were limited. However, they averaged less than 3 across the 10-day treatment protocol, consistent with the CALS scores that were indicating a less severe withdrawal. Typical withdrawal symptoms reported in this group included changes in sleep and appetite, stomach and muscle cramps, and GI distress. It should be noted that these symptoms appeared to be dropping off by day 7. So this figure is showing you the COWS scores as a function of the treatment day, the BR plus NAD treatment day. So on day 1, this is before the first infusion. And then across the 5-day treatment period, you see that there is a significant decrease in the COWS scores compared to their baseline. This slide, I'm emphasizing again the figures that are outlined in the red box. These were those COWS scores correlated with those inflammatory markers that were measured in the plasma study. The last part of my talk today is going to discuss the present data from ongoing studies evaluating long-term outcomes of IV BR plus NAD in the treatment of opioid use disorders. So in the original 2014 study presented at the Society for Neuroscience, we had conducted some follow-up data in patients using a phone survey with the outlined questions on this form. The chart records for the 2014 follow-up indicated that 45% of the original sample, or 27 of the 60, participated in and completed long-term follow-up surveys. And within this group, that included 13 opioid patients and 14 alcohol patients. 61.5% of the opioid patients had received at least one booster between the original rotation date and their follow-up call. And this figure is representing the craving ratings on a scale of 1 to 5 in the opioid and alcohol groups as a function of the time of the follow-up call. So of the total opioid patients of the 13, some of those were in the 12 to 16 month. It was that at that time they were assessed, and then the remaining were in the 17 to 20 month follow-up. So what we see in this figure is that even out to 20 months, we're still showing a very, very significant decrease in the level of cravings. Likewise, when we looked at the number of reported relapse episodes as a function of the follow-up time, we saw that on average in the 12 to 16 month group, they showed less than 1 relapse episodes, while the 17 to 20 month follow-up group reported fewer than 2. There was one opioid patient that reported 4 episodes in a 15-month period. Beginning this past summer, I used an updated follow-up form, and we began expanding our list and trying to go back and follow up further out from the original study. And we updated our questionnaire to reflect the present time, as far as now, instead of taking supplements or tablets, they are asked if they are taking NAD melts, nasal sprays, or patches. And so we looked at charts that had opioid patients treated from 2008 to 2017. Some of these patients actually were from the 2014 study. At the present time, what I have is that we had 6 patients so far that have agreed to participate in the follow-up. We had 7 of 39 disconnected phones. We had 24 of 39 that were no answer. And we had 2 of 39 that reported either the wrong number, or they declined to participate, but they had a very positive response. 2 of the 6 to date have completed the survey by phone. The summary so far with those 2 is overall positive. In other words, they're not reporting any slips, they're not reporting cravings, and they had a very, very positive review on all of the responses on the form. So in conclusion, I wanted to just go over again that BR plus NAD is a safe and effective detox treatment for alcohol and opioid use disorders, as evidenced by a significant reduction in craving ratings. BR plus NAD showed potential as a long-term therapy in maintaining sobriety through minimizing drug cravings and preventing relapse. Follow-up research indicates that IV NAD is comparable to traditional standard of care settings, as indicated by participation in follow-up surveys, craving ratings, and relapse episodes. However, continued research should remain focused on improvements in follow-up communication, participation, and measurement of long-term outcomes. And I would like to finally, again, acknowledge all of the individuals who have contributed and offered my access to patient records from Springfield Wellness Center, my sponsors, BR Plus, MD Consultants, the Springfield Wellness Center staff, NAD Research Inc., LSU Health Sciences Center, Archway Apothecary, and William Carey University, the Professional Development Grant, and also the Institutional Review Board. And I thank you so much for your time.
And now we're open for questions and answers, and I realize you didn't hear a bulk of it. Let's see what some of these questions. Anyway, were there some things that you didn't get to say in the time?
With regard to the circuits, the neurocircuits that get affected via chronic exposure, I think ARWEN mentioned the mesolimbic dopamine pathway and how it becomes blunted after chronic exposure. I've observed that actually in methamphetamine withdrawal in an animal model. And what that indicates to me is not just the affective component, the depression component, but also what I observed is that when you combine that with chronic stress, you prevent the animal from having a necessary neurological response to stress that allows them to cope with the stressor. And so what that does then is, if they are in a stressful situation and they are already experiencing the low extracellular dopamine levels, that when you put them in the stressful environment, it can actually trigger a relapse.
Right. Yeah. Again, I think Dr. Podesta's comment about damaged and how to repair is
yeah, absolutely
seriously important.
And the cortical circuits too become dampened over chronic use. And so what that happens there is that normally we need those cortical circuits to help us use good judgment. And when we've exposed them to chronically to drugs, then what we've done is we've dampened that ability for our cortical regions to exert good judgment. And so that's why you see a lack of good judgment and more impulsive behavior patterns.
Yes. One of the questions is, people are asking to get the person's asking to get the actual PowerPoints. Some presenters have said it's fine. I haven't asked everyone. Are you okay with people getting your PowerPoints?
Yes, I'm okay with that.
So that's not a problem for her. And this study is that you're presenting from is ongoing, as I understand.
Yes, it began with the Society for Neuroscience poster in the group of 60 patients. And then in about 2017, we met with Archway and we wanted to do a bigger version. We wanted to get more numbers in our patient populations. And so I actually wrote the protocol, I believe, for 600 records for 300 opioid and 300 alcohol. And we started the process of gathering those records. We stopped and started once or twice because what we were finding is that things like the CAL scores would not be completed. And so I was trying to do a proper analysis. I wanted to make sure that we had charts that included those 5 consecutive days. So when we got to a point of, I think there were maybe 60, and then I started pairing out of that group of 60, where I could get a population. I had 37 contribute to those CAL scores over the 5 days. And then we had a certain number that would have contributed to the blood plasma study that Dr. LEFER and Dr. Sharp did. Some of our population out of those records contributed to that. And then as far as what I've been doing this summer for assessing the long-term follow-up, we've gone back to those original ones in the opioid 2014 group and then expanded out to the 2017. And we had I forget now what the list is. It might still be somewhere around 50. And we just haven't made it through all of that yet.
Yeah, as you can tell, our efforts are to make use of the data that we've collected,
right,
and better organize collection. What means in the future. Data is real important, critical, and it helps us in making decisions. See if there are any more. A question about other medications that were given with the NAD to help with withdrawal. You know, in our protocols, we use clonidine, we use gabapentin, we use baclofen, we use Phenergan, we use Zofran. We use a combination of things. We do use NAC regularly. We use liposomal C. We have a list of things, and it's individualized. Some people may have more withdrawal with the kicking withdrawal. Some people may have more nausea. Some people will have more sleep. We also use trazodone, and it's really individualized. That makes it hard to do a controlled study, and that's one of the difficulties in research in general in this area. So,
and also another thing that I wanted to do eventually is to show that even when you're using those supplemental medications, that they're able to use less and for less amount of time.
Right. You know, anecdotally, we see that for sure, but we'd like to be able to prove it. Again, we'd like to be able to prove these things as much as we can. There's not any other questions. Any other questions from the audience? Let's see. Any other comments or closing?
I think continuing to get more population information from the pre-existing is a good approach to use in setting up for ongoing studies that can take place in real time, and also with a direct standard of care comparison group. I think that is, that's a must. We have to do that if we want to get this seen as a valid way.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for all your work.
Sure.
And thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
This is Taylor. She's busy. Juggling work, family, the occasional get-together with friends, and trying to stay active can be a lot. Sometimes she feels sluggish and irritable, but can't figure out why. Taylor may be dehydrated, and she's not alone. Up to 75% of Americans are chronically dehydrated. And did you know approximately 2/3 of hydration is cellular hydration? Feeling tired, having poor sleep, and dry skin can all be associated with dehydration. And that's why Jovi is here, to be part of your daily hydration. Jovi's new water technology starts with purification from our 9-step reverse osmosis process. Then we infuse the water with our patented liquid silica, an essential mineral that increases alkalinity. We charge the infused water with an abundance of electrons, a primary source of energy. We call them the spark of life. Our water is clinically shown to promote proper hydration for cellular health. Drinking Jovi water leads to happy cells, and happy cells lead to a happy body. Experience the benefits of real hydration. Jovi, happy cells, happy body.
We're going to move on to the next presentation. Next presenter is well known for his research in the molecular biology and aging and new possibilities for slowing or reversing aging as well. Dr. James Watson is a clinical professor at the David Geffen School of Medicine at UCLA. He started 2 biotech companies and has collaborated with us as well as other summit presenters, one namely Dr. Ross Grant, and worked on the pharmacokinetic effects of NAD. We're truly honored that he's able to give several talks. He's giving 2 talks, but the first of his talks today is on NAD metabolism and the physiological effects of the NAD metabolite adenosine. His talk is sponsored by the Dr. Ken Starr, MD group. Ken is the longest running continuous NAD clinic in the West Coast, delivering BR Plus approved therapies. His interest is in addiction and substance abuse recovery. They're in the beautiful Central Coast area. He's also offers alternative treatments, IV nutrition, as well as ketamine treatments. So we'll bring on Dr. Watson.
Okay, I'm going to assume that you can hear me all right. Again, I think Dr. Métier has already introduced me, and I want to thank you, Richard, and everyone else who has organized this conference. I'm very sorry to say I could not be there in person with you at the Wellness Center due to the COVID pandemic. I decided to cancel my flight to Louisiana for the safety of my 93-year-old dad, my patients, my family. But I'm still very honored and excited to share with you a concept that right now I want to caution you for taking home and talking with your friends, with your patients or fellow clinicians, because it's only a hypothesis. And for lack of a better term, I call it the adenosine receptor. So how does IV NAD work? Well, we know that IV NAD works. There's no question that it works. And we know that it works to treat alcohol and drug withdrawal symptoms. But I would like to propose that we don't really know exactly how it works. It may or may not be due to the NAD molecule itself. And that's really the premise of this talk. I'm not saying it could not work via a direct effect of NAD, but I would like to play the devil's advocate for just a second here and ask some questions. First, who really cares how IV NAD works? This is a question that I've had from the choir, the people who believe in NAD, and they feel that if I question how it works, I'm a doubter. I'm a doubting Thomas who's trying to cast doubt on the credibility of NAD. I'm not at all. The primary reason I care is for my own personal scientific curiosity. I'm just a curious cat. I'd like to know exactly what the mechanism of action is of NAD. Another group of people that really do care about how IV NAD works is doctors. Doctors want to know the molecular mechanism behind a drug or a supplement. And the reason for this is it establishes mainstream credibility in scientific meetings, medical journals, and in clinical research. And the real problem with IV NAD right now is if you go to any clinical scientific meeting and you say, I believe in IV NAD, they'll say, how does it work? Well, show me the evidence. And the truth is we don't have enough evidence right now on how it works. Another group of people who care how NAD works are scientists. Scientists want to know how it works specifically in withdrawal and craving. And this would really help us to establish a scientific foundation for IV NAD. If the PhDs believed in this and understood how it worked, if the MDs believed in it and understood how that works, it would make a huge step in two very huge steps in this becoming mainstream for the treatment of drug and alcohol addiction. But probably the most important people who care is the FDA. The FDA nowadays requires that all drugs establish the molecular mechanism of how the drug works. Now, of course, the FDA doesn't consider NAD as a drug, but even non-drugs, the FDA wants to know the molecular mechanism of how it works. If the FDA revisits the issue of permitting the sale of IV formulations of NAD by compounding pharmacies, when the FDA revisits this issue, they most likely will ask for the evidence. And as you know, from a lot of things happening in the news right now, you just can't make up things in court. You have to go to court with evidence on your side. If you don't, the judge is going to throw you out of the courtroom. And the FDA is going to be just like the judge. If you don't have good evidence for the molecular mechanism of something, they could just take away the permission to sell NAD for no other reason. But probably the people who want to know the most is our patients. I'm sorry, what did I just do here? I can't get back to my slide here. Okay. Patients want to know how IV NAD works. And specifically, they want to know why can't they just take it and get the same result? Well, in all due respect, I want to let you know I actually was part of a small trial of using NAD orally to treat a group of heroin addicts. And I can tell you it does not work like IV NAD. I'm not saying it doesn't have any value. I'm just saying it's nowhere close to as effectiveness as the IV formulation. So patients care, and for that reason, I think you should care too. Even though you may say, Dr. Watson, you're being a doubting Thomas by asking how it works. It doesn't matter how it works. Well, I disagree. Doctors care, scientists care, the FDA cares, and patients care. So you should care as well. So NAD work by increasing intracellular NAD? Well, maybe it does. But here's some empiric clinical evidence against this theory. First of all, we know that IV NAD increases plasma NAD. Dr. Métier has shown this very well in the research that he's done with LSU on the effects of IV NAD on plasma. Unfortunately, there is very little evidence that intracellular of NAD levels go up when the IV is given NAD. Yes, it does, but does it go up in a statistically significant way? There's very little evidence of this that's published. Now, there's a lot of unpublished. Another line of evidence against this theory is that after IV NAD infusion, 99% of plasma NAD disappears within minutes. And this research was done by Dr. Ross Grant in Australia. And we know that it does not go into the cell. In other words, it disappears, but it's not into the cell. The third line of evidence against this theory is that nicotinamide riboside, a well-known precursor of NAD, as well as niacin and NMN, other NAD precursors given orally do not confer the same clinical effects as IV NAD. If you give nicotinamide riboside to somebody going through acute alcohol withdrawal, it does not dampen the effects of the withdrawal like IV NAD. If you give nicotinamide riboside to people who are craving drugs, they do not have a reduction in cravings that's anywhere close to the same reduction in craving seen with IV NAD. Now, this is just what we call empiric clinical evidence. Evidence actually is. So let's ask the same question here. Does IV NAD work by increasing cellular NAD? Well, here's the strongest evidence against this theory. And this is all basic science. Number one, NAD, the D, of course, as you know, stands for dinucleotide. So nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide is a very large molecule, and it would require a dinucleotide specific channel for the cell to import this. A large molecule like this cannot just diffuse through the plasma membrane spontaneously. It just can't do it. It's a charged molecule for very large phosphate groups. And these phosphate groups prevent it from just diffusing through the plasma membrane. The second line of evidence is that the NAD concentration gradient across the cell is about 1,000 to 1 to 10,000 to 1. In other words, 10 to the third or 10 to the fourth in the wrong direction. In other words, the levels inside the cell are 1,000 to 10,000 times higher than the levels of NAD outside the cell. So how are you going to get NAD to go into the cell against this concentration gradient? Well, that's the only way where molecules will go across a plasma membrane spontaneously is if there's a concentration gradient. And I'm telling you, the concentration gradient is the wrong direction. The third line of evidence against this mechanism of action for NAD is that an active transport membrane molecule, what's called an active transporter, would be needed to import NAD. Basically, active transport mechanisms in the plasma membrane all require energy. Specifically, most of them use ATP. A few of them use other high energy phosphate bond molecules, but by far, most of the active transport systems in the plasma membrane use ATP. Well, there's no ATP dependent active transport molecule that has been found that will import NAD into the cell. And you have to remember that millions of papers have been written on active transporters, and thousands of different active transporter proteins have been found in the plasma membrane in research into so many areas. And by now you would think that somebody would have identified the active transporter to import NAD, because if they did, they would get their PhD, their prize. They might even get to name the molecule. But today, no active transport protein, no active transport gene has been found for a protein that imports NAD. Now, many of you have probably heard people talk about connexin 43. We'll talk more about this later, but it's very important to note that connexin 43 is a passive channel that allows NAD to leak out of the cell. It does not actively pump NAD into the cell. It is not an active transport channel. So I hope you understand this. It is not an active transport channel. That means it cannot transport something across the cell against a concentration gradient. So I hope I've convinced you by now that there is not good evidence that IV NAD works by increasing the levels of NAD inside the cell. Well, what else could it be? Maybe IV NAD works outside the cell, extracellularly. This is another hypothesis that would explain it. Well, here's an example of molecules that work outside the cell, neurotransmitters. Could IV NAD be a neurotransmitter? Well, let's look at the evidence for neurotransmitters and let's compare that with NAD. So neurotransmitters, as you know, are actively secreted in vesicles from neuronal axons. Yes, they are secreted by other cells too, besides neurons, but 99% of neurotransmitters are secreted by neurons. What about NAD? Well, NAD has never been found in the vesicles in neuronal axons. You would think by now that somebody would have identified NAD-containing vesicles in a peripheral nervous system axon or a enteric nervous system axon. And so far, no one has found vesicles containing NAD in any type of nerve. So that goes against the neurotransmitter idea here. Another possibility would be that neurotransmitters have receptors. Neurotransmitters not only are found in vesicles, but on the surface of dendrites, neuromuscular junction cells, and glands, like salivary glands, there are receptors for neurotransmitters. Well, so far, no receptors for NAD have been found on the surface of any neuron. The exception to this is there have been found some receptors for NAD on smooth muscle cells in the gut. And here they do have NAD receptors. And this may be explain some of the GI side effects that are seen with IV NAD infusion. So is NAD a neurotransmitter in the gut? Yes. Outside of the gut, there's no evidence right now based on vesicles and neurons, based on receptors on the surface of dendrites that neurotransmitter. So then how does NAD work? Well, that's really the question that I would like to propose a hypothesis. And my hypothesis is NAD may be rapidly metabolized into a neurotransmitter outside of the cell. And it may be actually the metabolite, not NAD, that is doing the work. So my hypothesis is that one of the metabolites of NAD is a neurotransmitter that is already very well known to be involved with drug and alcohol addiction. So why did I come up with adenosine? Well, first of all, adenosine is already known to be a neurotransmitter. It is already known to have 4 different types of receptors, and those receptors trigger a cellular mechanism called the G protein coupled receptor pathway. So how does this work? Well, there's actually 2 sources of extracellular adenosine that have been very well known and very well described. Both of these are molecules that are normally found inside the cell, but these molecules can leak out of the cell under certain circumstances, especially under circumstances of cellular stress or when a cell dies. Those 2 molecules are ATP and NAD. When ATP is normally found inside the cell, but if it leaks out, there are 2 enzymes that convert ATP into adenosine. NAD is normally found inside the cell. But there are two enzymes that convert NAD into adenosine. And these enzymes are very, very well known. They've been well described. They've been measured. Their three-dimensional structures have been well delineated by X-ray crystallography. The genes for these enzymes have been identified. The expression of these genes is very well known. So this is not an idea I came up with. This is a very well-known scientific fact. Likewise, these G protein coupled receptors, what we call the adenosine receptors, are also very well known, very well studied, with thousands of papers written. So now let's go into a little bit more of the details of this. So the premise of the adenosine hypothesis is that NAD is converted in the plasma to adenosine. So how does this work? Well, IV NAD is converted by an enzyme called ENPPs, and we'll go over this later on. The E stands for ecto, and then the NPP is neuronal pyrophosphatases. And that converts NAD into adenosine monophosphate. Adenosine monophosphate is then converted by another extracellular enzyme found in the plasma called CD. And that converts the adenosine monophosphate into adenosine. Adenosine then can activate a series of receptors called the adenosine A1 and A2A receptors. And that then triggers an intracellular second messenger called GTP. And that is well known to explain the side effects of NAD. Another thing that is known about the second messenger GPT is that GTP explains GTP explains how NAD could mediate withdrawal treatment. And also GTP is a way that can explain the reduction in cravings. So basically, GTP is known to produce side effects, such as giving the side effects seen with giving NAD too fast. GTP is known to involved with attenuating withdrawal symptoms. And GTP is known with attenuating cravings reduction. So with this theory, no intracellular NAD uptake is needed when you give IV NAD. In other words, we don't have to come up with a way by which NAD is taken up by the cell by some hypothetical active transport system that has never been discovered. So what's the evidence for this mechanism by which NAD is converted to adenosine in two steps and then activates a membrane surface receptor inside the cell? Well, here's the evidence. Adenosine is endogenously produced a molecule. It's very, very involved with sleep, the awake state. It's involved with caffeine and alcohol mechanism of action. So we already know that adenosine is involved in these things. And for those of you that are familiar with the use of IV and NAD, one very common beneficial side effect from IV NAD is people say they can sleep better. Another line of evidence for this is adenosine is an FDA-approved drug, and it's used as a second or third choice drug for certain types of cardiac arrhythmias, specifically for atrial fibrillation and atrial flutter. When patients are given this drug, it dramatically calms them down and slows their heart rate. However, if the drug is given too fast, IV, the patients have chest tightness, they have anxiety, they have panic sensation, and they feel they're going to die. And if you've ever watched a patient who got IV NAD too fast, they have the exact same symptoms as IV NAD given too fast. Another line of evidence is that adenosine can be used for a chemical cardiac stress test. There's two different forms of adenosine. One's actually adenosine and one's a relative of adenosine. When adenosine is used, the scan is called a adenoscan. If the kissing cousin of adenosine is used. The scan is called a Lexi scan. Here, the adenosine or the alternative drug are given to the patient to mimic a chest pain. And this is another line of evidence for why adenosine thing. But probably the strongest evidence, in my opinion, is that at the Springfield Wellness Center and other alternative medicine clinics that use IV and adenosine, IV NAD for treating alcohol and opioid withdrawal symptoms, these patients have identical side effects to the profiles listed in the physician desk reference for the side effects from IV adenosine treatment for atrial fibrillation, and they have identical side effects to patients undergoing the chemical stress test called an adenoscan or Lexi scan. So what is the molecular basis for the adenosine hypothesis? Well, the adenoscan test is an FDA-approved cardiac stress test that uses adenosine to mimic cardiac stress. The Lexiscan test is an FDA-approved cardiac stress test that uses regadenoscan. And regadenoscan is basically a kissing cousin of adenosine. The main difference is that it's a selective A2A receptor agonist, whereas adenosine is a non-selective agonist to both the A1, A2A, A2B, and the A3 receptors. Another line, as we just said, is the adenoscan and Lexiscan test mimic the side effects of IV NAD infusion. And there an A2A receptor antagonists are known to exacerbate alcohol withdrawal symptoms in vivo, in the test tube. And there's very good evidence that the A1 and A2A receptor agonists abolish alcohol withdrawal symptoms in animal studies, studying alcoholism and drug addiction. So the researchers studying alcoholism and drug already know that if you use an A1 receptor agonist or A2A receptor agonist, that you abolish alcohol withdrawal symptoms. So that is why I came up with the adenosine hypothesis, because drug and alcohol researchers already know that agonists for the A1 and A2A receptors abolish alcohol withdrawal. So that, and we already know that NAD is converted to adenosine. So I really just put 2 and 2 together here. So why else may adenosine be the mechanism of action of IV NAD infusion? Okay. Well, let me give you a few examples. If you give extracellular NAD, there's no ubiquitous surface cell receptor for we know that NAD is efficiently converted in seconds to adenosine by 2 extracellular enzymes at plasma concentrations measured during and after IV NAD. That first enzyme is called ectonucleotide pyrophosphatase phosphodiesterase. Now you know why we use the acronym ENPP. It's just too long of a name. So this enzyme, if you notice the little diagram to your right, cleaves the bond between the ribose group and the nicotinamide substrate, and that then results in a ribose phosphate and then adenosine monophosphate. I hope that's clear on the diagram on your right. So there you can see that bottom enzyme, ENPP, cleaves the bond between the 2 phosphate groups. The next step is another enzyme called CD73, then cleaves the bond between the phosphate and the adenosine moiety, which is the carbohydrate sugar attached to nicotinamide. And so basically, we know that with 2 simple clips, one clip that clips off the ribose group, and then one that clips off the phosphate, you can convert NAD outside the cell in the plasma within a second to adenosine. So these two enzymes are found in the plasma, they're found in the brain, they're found outside the cells in the gut. They're ubiquitous enzymes, okay? So I want to go back to this issue of why focusing on the intracellular NAD levels has failed to explain the clinical effects of IV NAD therapy. Well, let's go back to the connexin 43 hemichannels. Many people have said that the connexin 43 hemichannels explain how NAD works. Well, here's an example of what a connexin 43 hemichannel is. On your left in the diagram, you can see the hemichannel closed and the hemichannel open. Under normal circumstances, that channel is always closed. But the hemichannel is not how connexin normally sets. Normally, the connexin hemichannel is attached to another hemichannel on a nearby cell and forms a cell-to-cell tube, a cell-to-cell passageway by which NAD can get from one cell to another cell. So if you understand what connexin 43 is, it's really a junction between two different cells, allowing something to go from inside one cell to the other side. God never designed this as a hemichannel. It just happened to be that not all of the hemichannels find a partner on the nearby cell to form this. So if it doesn't find a partner in the nearby cell, the hemichannel stays closed. It doesn't spontaneously open up. So in summary, connexin 43 proteins are passive channels. They're mostly in the form of gap junctions where they're paired with a hemichannel in another cell, and they're joined together like a little sticky thumbtack. These connexin 43 hemichannels are the exception to the rule. They're not there normal all the time, and so they're unpaired. And when they're unpaired, they're usually closed, okay? Again, back to the issue, intracellular NAD levels are 1,000 times higher to, in some cases, almost 10,000 times higher than intracellular NAD levels. And connexin 43 hemichannels do not allow NAD to go through when they're closed, which is the normal state. So in other words, outside the cell, NAD is normally found in picomolar ranges. That's a very, very small amount. Inside the cell, NAD is usually found in micromolar concentrations. Now, I know micromolar sounds like a very small number, but it's actually a much, much bigger number than picomolar concentrations. So when connexin 43 hemichannels do open, they allow for bidirectional flow down the concentration gradient. They do not actively transport NAD against the concentration gradient. Why? They're not an active transport. It means that the NAD normally leaks out of the cell if the hemichannel is open. It does not leak into the cell. So in summary, how does IV NAD reduce cravings? This is where it gets a little bit complicated. I want you to understand that on the surface of cells, rarely do proteins exist by themselves. They usually form couples. They usually form pairs. And when you have two proteins together, this is called a dimer. If the two proteins are paired and they're the same, it's called a homodimer. But if they're paired with different proteins, they're called a heterodimer. So now I want to go a little bit over how does alcohol work. Well, we know that when people take alcohol, it triggers the dopamine neurotransmitter pathway. Dopamine, of course, is found in secretory vesicles in neurons, and those secretory vesicles secrete the dopamine. It ends up in the synaptic space, and on the other side of the synaptic space is a dendrite with a receptor. And I want to just focus right now on one of the two dopamine receptors called the D2 receptor. And when that's activated by dopamine, guess what happens? You get pleasure, or if you don't have enough, you get cravings. So now let's talk a little bit about adenosine. When there's ATP or NAD outside the cell, by the two-step pathway we talked about earlier, ENPP and CD73. Adenosine can be converted, NAD can be converted into adenosine. Adenosine then can activate the A2A receptor, and guess what happens here? You get an anti-inflammatory effect. And this may explain why certain things like arthritis, Alzheimer's disease, which we know is a neuroinflammation, Parkinson's disease, which is an inflammation in the midbrain, it may explain the benefits here, okay? But how does it specifically induce cravings? Well, if IV NAD is converted into adenosine and dopamine is activating a heterodimer, you do not get cravings. In other words, basically here, adenosine, by binding to the heterodimer, acts as a blocker for the effects of dopamine. So when neuroscientists first started studying receptors, they thought they all existed by themselves. In other words, if you had a dopamine receptor, that's all you had. You just had a dopamine receptor. Now, though, we know that receptors form pairs. So, for instance, if you have a paired receptor that has both the adenosine receptor and dopamine receptor, and you activate the adenosine part of the heterodimer, then dopamine does not work. So the net effect is you don't get pleasure or cravings. Now, at this point, I'd like to share with you a story from a personal friend of mine who came with me to the Springfield Wellness Center several years back to treat his dad. And he gave me permission to tell you this story, but I won't mention his name. Let's just call him John. That's not his name. John likes to drink. He does not believe he has a problem with drinking. For dinner every night, he has 2 drinks of beer, and the 3rd and 4th drink he doesn't remember. And I encouraged my friend John to try IV NAD. And he did. And he had no side effects. He had a great response. And I think he got 2 days of IV NAD. And I asked my friend, John, would you like to have some more? He said, no. And I said, why don't you? He said, well, I used to get pleasure from drinking. And he said, after I got the IV NAD, I lost from drinking. And I'm sure that many of you in the audience today have seen that same thing. Not only does IV NAD take away cravings, it reduces the pleasure that people get from drinking. So this is another line of support for this heterodimer mechanism of action. So how do GPCR heterodimers attenuate opioid receptor pain reduction? Well, receptors are G protein coupled receptors, and they activate G protein signaling inside the cell. So does morphine. When you pair these as a heterodimer, what ends up happening is you do not get G protein signaling, and then you don't get pain relief. So this explains then the mechanism of why morphine doesn't always work in people who have high levels of stress, norepinephrine. I have a patient in the hospital right now because she's under a lot of stress. The IV narcotics we're giving her are not working. And this is the mechanism. It's a very well-known mechanism in the pain, chronic pain literature and the practice of pain medicine. So how then would G protein coupled receptor heterodimers attenuate dopamine reward signaling? Well, if you have adenosine here activating the receptors now, and you have dopamine that's activating, if you give adenosine, it blocks the effects of the dopamine. just like we talked about earlier, how norepinephrine can block the effects of morphine. So basically, you don't get either reward, you don't get pleasure, and you don't get withdrawal. So in summary, the adenosine receptor hypothesis is an idea that I came up with a few years ago because I was trying to explain why does 99% of the IV adenosine, IV NAD given disappears in the plasma within seconds to minutes after infusion. The missing NAD is not found inside the cell. There's a little bit inside the cell, but not enough to explain the dose of IV NAD. Nor can the NAD be accounted for by metabolism of NAD in the liver or metabolism of NAD in the kidney or excretion of NAD in the urine. It just doesn't happen. What we also know is that NAD is rapidly converted to adenosine in the plasma by two enzymes, ENPP and CD73. That's very well known. We also know that adenosine is a well-known neurotransmitter involved in drug and alcohol metabolism with 4 known neurotransmitter receptors, the A1, A2A, A2B, and A3 receptors. And we know that the A1 and A2A receptors are very, very well-studied receptors involved with drug and alcohol addiction. And we also know that the side effects of IV NAD, when given too fast, exactly mimic the side effects of IV adenosine when it's given too fast. So these are the 5 key points that I'd like to point out for the adenosine receptor hypothesis. So I'm done here now. I'm going to stop, and do you have any questions about this?
So we're a small shop on the Central Coast here in Rio Grande, just outside of San Luis Obispo. And for about the last half dozen years, we've been focused on drug and alcohol recovery, detox, and helping people get off addictive substances. We've specialized in opiate and alcohol detox. And just here in the last couple of years, we've actually integrated and started doing wellness programs, such as chelation therapy, IV vitamin therapy, men's health. In addition, as we've brought on therapists, now we can offer mental health therapies with licensed marriage and family therapists. We do family therapy, trauma therapy, such as EMDR, and that's really added a lot to the depth of the programs we offer, in addition to just drug and alcohol programs. One of the main reasons that we're so successful and we do things differently is we address the nutritional and neurochemical part first. So when we can get people detoxing, feeling better with some medications and some nutritional infusions, their detox goes more smoothly, they start feeling better faster, and that really accelerates their recovery. And that could be early in detox, or it can be even accelerating post-acute withdrawal.
There's not a sick person. We all have areas in which we can improve the quality of our life and well-being. When a patient comes here, they know it, they feel it, they mention how they are treated with such positive, high regard, and they just enjoy their time here. Not to mention the actual treatment that you're receiving, but just the quality of care is evident.
So we are the West Coast experts in NAD therapy. This is a naturally occurring coenzyme that, when administered IV, helps alleviate alcohol and opiate withdrawal. When you see how effective it is in getting you or your loved ones feeling better, people who have been to rehab after rehab after rehab, detox after detox, they come here and they do NAD, it's like the light bulb goes off. It's that impressive, like, wow, why didn't I do this 10 years ago? And long-term recovery, it's better. When we follow these patients out 4 months, 6 months, 12 months, much higher chances of them being sober and still feeling really good because of the NAD. I would invite anybody who's interested in detoxing, whether it's chemical dependency or whether it's just part of a health program, and we're conveniently located on the Central Coast. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call.
Jim, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can see you've got a different uniform than the last time I saw you.
Yeah, this is my day job.
Right. No, look, thanks so much for your very provocative, very interesting, and I tend to agree with you. The things that you put together here. There are a lot of questions that are coming up, and I think we'll be discussing this for some time and looking at the ins and outs of the hypothesis. I wish we had more time. We've really gone over, but I'm not cutting the time on the question and answer, so we can get to some of these questions. Let me get to them first. One question I had is in our PK study that you were involved with, there were other metabolites of NAD that we measured, things like nicotinamide, ADP ribose. I don't think we measured NR, but the question I had is us looking at these other metabolites as potentially affecting NAD levels in the cell, because one slide that we did not present was that I think a 35% jump in red blood cell NAD levels occurred very early in that study. And that changed after a period of time. I have to go look at that slide again, but I wonder what you would say about that.
Yes, I think that actually is even more evidence that this is the mechanism of action. So for instance, red blood cells are the cells that have the most number of adenosine uptake molecules. I'm not talking about adenosine receptors, but there's another channel that takes adenosine up from outside the cell to inside the cell. And the two cells in the human body take most adenosine up is red blood cells and astrocytes. So if you look at red blood cells and you incubate red blood cells with adenosine, you'll quickly see the adenosine disappear, and it's taken up by a membrane transporter called ENT. And the ENT membrane transporter takes the adenosine into the cell. There's enzymes inside the cell that can convert adenosine back into NAD by putting the ADP ribose back on it. Do you follow what I'm saying? In other words, essentially, ADP ribose, if you can get the phosphate bond to bond back to the adenosine, you now have an NAD molecule. So because the red blood cell doesn't have a transporter that takes NAD into the cell, the red blood cell can import adenosine and convert it back into NAD. This is the same mechanism by which nicotinamide riboside works in many cells. Nicotinamide riboside does have a known transporter that will be taken into the cell, and inside the cell, in a two-step process, nicotinamide riboside can be converted back into NAD. So I believe personally that most of the adenosine that is produced from NAD is taken up by red blood cells in the plasma. In the brain, the main place where NAD is metabolized is in ectoenzymes, the same ones we discussed earlier, ENPP and CD73. And there the astrocytes take up the adenosine, and it is sequestered in the astrocytes. Now, why am I bringing this up? Because this membrane transporter of adenosine is a very well-known gene that is involved with drug and alcohol metabolism. So there's already a link between ENT, the membrane transporter for adenosine, with, I'm sorry, this is my pager going off here, with drug and alcohol addiction. The other thing I would like to mention here that I think is really important is I don't like to make a hypothesis unless it's something that is what we call provable. Now, scientists don't like to use the word provable. They like to use the word falsifiable. In other words, proving it wrong. So the nice thing about the NAD hypothesis is there's a number of ways that it can be proven to be wrong. For instance, caffeine is a blocker of adenosine receptors. And we would predict then that if you are taking a lot of caffeine, 4 or 5 cups of coffee per day, that the benefits of IV NAD would be less. That would be a very simple clinical study. Likewise, we could show with caffeine, theophylline, and other adenosine receptor blockers that it would prevent adenosine levels from going up inside the red blood cells in a test tube experiment. So what I really like about the adenosine hypothesis is it's testable in humans, it's testable in animals, and it's testable in the test tube.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of questions. I'm going to scroll through. One question was, how long does the heterodimer block the effect of on craving?
I do not know that answer. When I started researching heterodimers, and when I use the word research, I want to say this is just reading articles. I didn't do the original research. It looks like for about 20 to 25 years, neuroscientists were studying isolated dimers. In other words, where 2 different receptors of the same neurotransmitter held hands on the surface of cells. It wasn't until, I think it was 2012 or 2013, when they discovered, hey, these receptors sometimes pair with a mate of a different type. So the research into heterodimerization of opioid and norepinephrine receptors, heterodimerization between dopamine, especially the D2, and the adenosine receptors has only occurred in the last few years. And most of the research suggests that if you first apply the adenosine, then the dopamine doesn't work. If you first apply the norepinephrine, the morphine doesn't work. If you first apply the adenosine, the rewards from morphine, from heroin, don't work. Now, how long does that work? From what I understand, once that block occurs, a new receptor has to be created. So the true answer to your question is, how long does it take the gene to be turned on, make a messenger RNA, translate the messenger RNA into a protein, and that protein then to make a new receptor on the surface of that cell? Most people say that takes a few days. And this is why there may be long-lasting effects of IV NAD that last long beyond the day that you administer the IV NAD. In other words, another way of saying this is in pharmacokinetics that people would call this a non-competitive blockade. And of course, non-competitive blockades are like what aspirin does to bleeding. It lasts for 10 to 14 days if you give an aspirin. So I think this is why we would predict that with the adenosine hypothesis, that the effects of IV NAD would last long after the NAD is gone.
Well, that matches what we see clinically. We see anti-craving effects lasting sometimes a month, sometimes longer, and it does vary, sometimes 2 weeks. It varies. Because of our time constraints, because of the problems with our internet and so forth, we're going to need to stop. But there's a lot of questions that I haven't been able to ask yet. We'll try to get to them at the end of the day in the discussion. And we're going to take a break now, a 30-minute break for lunch, and we'll be starting a little late with the next presentation. And we're going to just try to make up time through question and answer after that.
All right, I understand we're live. I'm Dr. Tyson Olds, and I'm working as the medical director here for Springfield Wellness Center under the mentorship of Richard Medier. And I'm here to introduce Connor Chamberlain, who is an LSU graduate in kinesiology studies, and he's currently enrolled at the University of New Orleans working towards becoming a physician assistant. He has worked with myself as well as Dr. Medier as a research intern, and he is here to present a clinical case report. And here's Connor.
Thank you, Dr. Olds. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to acknowledge and thank Springfield Wellness staff, Dr. Medier, Paula Medier, Dr. Olds, for their time and consideration on this report. This case report I will discuss illustrates a rapid opiate detoxification using a 10-day intravenous NAD treatment. The philosophy behind the intravenous administration is simple. Nearly every cell in the human body contains some measure of NAD. Opioid abuse decreases the level of NAD needed in the human body, which results in a breakdown of cellular integrity both mentally and physically. Thus, this case study was created to evaluate this hypothesis. This is a 49-year-old male who suffered a back injury 4 years prior. He quickly became dependent on hydrocodone. He was transitioned to a medication-assisted treatment, specifically the brand name Suboxone. He was put on such a high dosage at the beginning, about 24 to 28 milligrams, which severely affected his mood, his energy, his sleep pattern. He tried to self-detox with kratom. However, that didn't work. So he was determined to seek help and detox off Suboxone completely. While medication-assisted treatments do provide a solution for opioid dependence, and more importantly, they do help save lives, opioid agonists are known to have a ceiling effect. For this reason, a person can develop a tolerance to the opioid agonist, and once a patient builds a tolerance for the new opiate medication, a corresponding shift occurs, which can cause the patient to suffer very uncomfortable withdrawal symptoms and creates a high risk for abuse and relapse. When we remove an opiate from the brain, we need to repair or replace, we can repair the brain with NAD if possible, and if we have access, or replace it. The CAO scores represent the intensity of withdrawal symptoms, which we saw kick in around day 4 with this patient. This long-acting opiate showed delayed onset symptoms and intensity versus short-acting opiates such as oxycodone, which we generally see the withdrawal symptoms a lot sooner. Throughout this 10-day treatment, the patient reported absolutely having no cravings, which you'll see on the x-axis. Every day he experienced no cravings whatsoever. According to the nurse's notes, the highest CAO scores were associated with GI distress, sleep issues, and loss of appetite, and correlate according to the treatment days and the milligram of NAD given that day. Suboxone, Springfield Wellness's novel approach for rapid Suboxone detoxification proved highly effective for this patient in just 10 treatment days. Due to the scarce data available on the rapid Suboxone detoxification process, the ability to comprehensively compare this study's findings is limited. Most cases that previously investigated Suboxone detox utilize a tapered medication approach. And lastly, I just want to say medication-assisted treatments do work and they do help save lives, but they do not necessarily repair the brain. And that's where NAD comes in, and it is very vital for recovery, which we observed in this study. Thank you.
All right. I just wanted to let you know, if anyone has questions relevant to this excellent case report, they're welcome to email me. We're gonna end it there so everyone can have an intermission for lunch. And my email address, for those who don't have it, it's just my first name, Tyson, Tyson, at swcbrplus.com. So thank you all for watching Connor's presentation. I look forward to some questions.
Our next presenter is Dr. David LEFER. He's the Director of Cardiovascular Center of Excellence and a Professor of Pharmacology at LSU Health Sciences Center in New Orleans. His research focuses on myocardial protection and heart failure, including the beneficial effects of nitric oxide-based therapeutics and investigations into the cardioprotective effects of hydrogen sulfide and NAD. His talk will be sponsored by NAD Research, Inc., which he's a member of the scientific advisory board of that group. Thank you.
Doc, and good afternoon to you and everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here this afternoon. And what I'd like to do is to shift gears a bit and to talk a little bit about some topics you probably have not heard about and perhaps are not knowledgeable about, but I think may be important. And what I'm going to talk to you about this afternoon is some of the work that we've done investigating two different gaseous signaling molecules, one of them nitric oxide and the other hydrogen sulfide. So I'll start by introducing the biology of those two gases and then talk to you a bit about how NAD and some of the work that you're doing might be linked to those two gases. So what I need to do first is to give you some background in this field. Shown on this slide, if you can see it, are three gases: nitric oxide, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen sulfide. And all three of these are produced in your body under normal conditions. And the way these gases are produced is by enzymes that are in different cell types throughout your body. One of the earliest gases that was discovered is nitric oxide. So in 1987, this gas was discovered as being produced in the human body and exerting a multitude of biological and physiological actions. And then in 1998, a Nobel Prize was awarded for the discovery and characterization of this gas. And nitric oxide has taken center stage in a lot of biomedical research, but more importantly, in a lot of clinical practice. And we can talk a bit about that. But secondly, carbon monoxide, another gas, was first described in 1991 as playing important roles in physiology of the human body. And it's produced by three different enzymes in your body. And most recently, about 1996, we learned about a third gas, hydrogen sulfide. And this gas is also produced, ironically, by three different enzymes. So nitric oxide is produced by nNOS, or neuronal NOS. This is NOS stands for nitric oxide synthase. There's an iNOS, or inducible nitric oxide synthase. And then there's also an endothelial nitric oxide synthase. And that's the enzyme that we've been most interested in. This enzyme, eNOS, is probably responsible for cardiovascular health. For carbon monoxide, the enzymes are hemoxygenase 1, hemoxygenase 2, hemoxygenase 3. For H2S, cystathionine beta synthase, or CBS, cystathionine gamma lyase, or CGL, or CSE as it's called, and 3-mercaptopyruvate sulfur transferase, or 3-MST. So you don't need to know that, but I just want to be clear that these gases are actually being produced continuously in your body at very low levels. And all three of them are important for you to remain healthy. Interestingly, all of the gases are not long-lived. They only last in the body for a few seconds. And carbon monoxide, perhaps a minute or so. And they have a multitude of second messenger signaling pathways that we don't need to worry about. And they also post-translationally modify proteins as part of their signal. So what's sort of the common thread here, I think importantly, is all three of these gases, if they're in high levels, they're deadly toxic and they will kill you. So carbon monoxide poisoning occurs as a very common occurrence, either on purpose or by accident. In industrial settings, people are exposed to high levels of hydrogen sulfide and they have very significant toxic reactions. And nitric oxide can also be produced in industrial settings and be very toxic. But interestingly, the human body actually uses these gases in ultra low levels as signaling second messenger systems. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about. I'm not going to talk about carbon monoxide, just NO, nitric oxide, and H2S. So as Dr. Métier mentioned, we're in Cardiovascular Institute. We're interested in cardiology research. So a lot of what I'm going to show you is first from a cardiovascular perspective. So this is an artist's rendition of a vessel flowing through the heart. These are cardiac cells or cardiac myocytes. And here's eNOS, this enzyme in the endothelium that makes nitric oxide, this very unstable gas. And what we've been interested in is when this gas is produced continuously in low levels, it's a very powerful vasodilator. So when nitric oxide produced normally, it tends to dilate your blood vessels, and that's a good effect. That keeps blood flow normal. But interestingly, NO is a powerful antioxidant. So when we have oxidative stress, NO, the gas can inhibit that and keep us healthy. NO plays a powerful role in terms of promoting new vessel growth, angiogenesis. NO inhibits programmed cell death or apoptosis. NO is a very, very important regulator to inhibit platelets from sticking to one another that can be very dangerous in the circulation. And NO is a powerful anti-inflammatory molecule. It inhibits white blood cells or leukocytes from sticking to the blood vessel wall. So that's what's known now, and there's additional effects. These effects are not restricted to the heart muscle. These would act everywhere in your body. So NO, if it's an antioxidant in the heart, it's an antioxidant in the brain, and so on and so forth. So here's sort of the dilemma. What happens is we start off as young people, and we have very healthy enos, and we make adequate levels of nitric oxide. But as we undergo aging, diabetes, hypertension, high cholesterol, dyslipidemia, obesity, and perhaps drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and many other effects, many other conditions damage this endothelial enzyme. And when that happens, nitric oxide levels are very significantly decreased, and that tends to drive heart disease, cardiovascular disease, but also liver disease, pulmonary disease, neurological disorders, and even cancers. So what my lab and what we've tried to do here at LSU is to look at strategies to rectify this enos dysfunction or endothelial dysfunction. I'll talk a bit about that, and we'll try to relate that to NAD. Early on in 1995, after the discovery of nitric oxide, investigators at Harvard developed a gene-targeted mutant mouse model where the enos enzyme was genetically knocked out. It was targeted and knocked out. So these mice are born with absolutely no endothelial nitric oxide synthase. And in this paper in Nature in 1995, the scientists reported very, very significant hypertension. And that's because nitric oxide is a vasodilator. And if we genetically delete this enzyme, NO levels would be low, blood pressure will be high. So this is the first clue ever reported that this is really an important enzyme. And these mice don't live as long as other wild-type mice that are born in the wild. So that was another clue. And what we did in my lab was to study the response in these mice to a heart attack. And so this is sort of the end slide of the study. This is 1999, work by Stephen Jones and published in 1999. This is a picture of a mouse heart after a heart attack. And what I want to point out is the area of this photomicrograph of this slide. If you look at the red and white, this is the area of heart attack in a healthy wild type mouse with a functional enos and normal NO. The white area is cell death. This is the scar from the myocardial infarction, and the red area is the healthy surviving muscle. When you look at the enos knockout mouse, you see a very large area of cell death or scar as compared to the wild type or control. And this told us that NO being produced by the endothelium in the heart was protecting against heart attack injury. And when we knocked out that gene, we had much more injury, about twice as much injury. We also have been interested in diabetes and obesity. And in that syndrome of cardiometabolic syndrome, one of the main culprits of the disease is the loss of nitric oxide production. This is what's called a DB diabetic mouse that has a selective hypothalamic leptin receptor mutation. And what happens compared to a healthy mouse, these mice eat all the time. They have no control, no satiety response. They also have a brain response that limits their desire to exercise. So in summary, they eat all the time and don't exercise, and they end up very obese and diabetic. And one of the things we did is to look inside the circulation using a technique called intravital microscopy, where we anesthetize the mouse and put them on the stage of a microscope, a specially designed microscope. And we do a little bit of surgery, and we pull out the intestine carefully and put it in an organ chamber while the mouse is alive. And we use special microscopic methods to look inside individual blood vessels. And so this vessel shown here in the diagram is a periintestinal venule. So this is the smallest vessel in the body. This is a postcapillary venule. And you see there's some cells flowing through. And these are leukocytes. And so this is what it looks like in a healthy non-diabetic mouse with normal nitric oxide levels. We see very nice laminar blood flow. These are red blood cells and white cells and platelets. A few of the leukocytes are rolling, they're sticking. That's because during the time that we do surgery, we cause a little bit of injury to the endothelium. So there's a little bit of white blood cells, but in your body right now, there should be absolutely no white blood cells interacting with the endothelium. And so this is a low inflammatory, healthy state. When we look inside those mice that are obese and they're diabetic, they have very high blood glucose, you can see a large number of leukocytes moving very slowly, and a lot of them are sticking to the endothelium. This is a very unhealthy inflammatory state. This will lead to atherogenesis, atherosclerosis, heart disease, and a host of issues. And these are the adipocytes. These are the fat cells in that tissue. You don't see that in the healthy mice. You don't see any adipocytes because they're very lean, but you see this really, really unbelievable number of large adipocytes or fat cells. So this told us, and if we add nitric oxide to these animals, these leukocytes are no longer sticking. I don't have that video with me. This is work we did in the 90s. But I think it tells us the powerful role of nitric oxide to inhibit inflammation. So then later on, we were able to obtain another mouse that had a heart-specific overexpression of eNOS in the hearts only, using a specific cardiac-specific promoter. And these were obtained from our collaborators in Belgium. So we gave these mice a heart attack. And so this is the wild-type control. And you see, once again, the white is the area of cell death in the heart after the myocardial infarction. The red is the living area. And when we had overexpression of eNOS, the gene for eNOS, we used in this case, this was a human eNOS gene overexpressed in a mouse. When you looked at the overexpression mouse, the area of cell death was much smaller. So we could use sort of a gene therapy approach to protect the mouse heart. More eNOS, more nitric oxide. And this is a bar graph comparing the non-transgenic normal eNOS to the super overexpressing eNOS mouse. And you see in the middle, the infarct size per area at risk was very significantly reduced when when our collaborators overexpressed eNOS in the heart, small infarcts. So about this time, we started collaborating with a group at the National Institutes of Health, and they were studying a molecule called nitrite. When it turns out, when nitric oxide is produced, it's rapidly converted into nitrite. And this is a storage pool for this NO. Remember, this only lasts for a few seconds. And what we found out from our collaborators, that this is really one of the most important storage forms, nitrite. And so we started looking at, could we use nitrite as a drug and give that to mice and humans? Could nitrite be converted or reduced into NO and then signal through cyclic GMP to activate signals so that we can have the biological effects of nitric oxide? Really, NO isn't the final activation step. NO has to activate an enzyme, soluble guanylate cyclase, and that increases cyclic GMP. This is what really does the work of NO. A lot of the drugs like Viagra and Cialis, they actually increase cyclic GMP to act and increase blood flow. So this is the working end of the pathway. So I'll show you a little bit about what we did with nitrite. And this is being used clinically in a number of ways to increase NO and increase cyclic GMP, to lower blood pressure, to treat all sorts of human disease. So this is work that we did in 2005. We injected nitrite during a myocardial infarction in mice. This is our control animal. We used a buffer without nitrite. This is, again, is the cell death area, the infarct, the white. This is the non-ischemic zone in blue. And if you look at the nitrite-treated animals, a very small area of cell death, but a lot of living, healthy muscle that's able to pump blood, this red area. This is the non-ischemic, non-affected area. So acute nitrite, this is a single dose given intravenously at the time of the heart attack. So we've done a lot of work, and we started in the 90s, and it's now 2020. And we learned from others and from our own work that the way that we can increase the way that our nitrite in our body is determined by two ways. One is what we eat. If we eat a diet that's rich in nitrate, beets, vegetables, spinach, a lot of things that are grown actually take nitrate from the earth and concentrate that. And when we eat them, that nitrate is acted on by bacteria in our oral cavity and throughout our GI system to make nitrite. And then that nitrite enters the plasma and is stored in our bloodstream and stored in our organs. So what we eat can be very important. We usually don't eat a lot of nitrite. That's a meat preservative and a preservative. Sometimes we do eat that, but mostly we consume nitrate. And through the stomach and GI tract, that makes nitrite. So what you eat is really important, and we can talk about that. The other way that we get nitrite is from enos, because enos makes NO. NO interacts with oxygen in our blood. That makes nitrite. Nitrite concentrates in the plasma. It's stored in the blood vessel, but it also undergoes nitrite transport to the tissue. So if we can have functional enos, a good diet, we're going to have a lot of nitrite in our blood and a lot of nitrite in our tissue, and that would make us healthy. So that way we would have actually a better cardiovascular health status, if you will. So what we did in the research lab was to test that. So we took some mice that were healthy. For 7 consecutive days, we let them have nitrite in their drinking water, and we compared that to normal water. And we subjected them to a myocardial infarction for 30 minutes, and then we studied them for 24 hours. This is essentially the same model, but I just want to show you that for 7 days prior to the heart attack, they were exposed to nitrite in their drinking water. And this shows you on this slide that when they had a standard chow with nitrite water, 50 milligrams per liter, their blood levels of nitrite increased after 7 days, and their heart tissue levels of nitrite increased. And when we looked at their hearts after a heart attack, the area of cell death was much smaller as compared to the standard diet, standard chow control. There's a much smaller area of infarction. So we've been pursuing nitrite as a therapeutic, and many people have. There's a lot of excitement around beetroot juice, beet supplements, a lot of other natural nutraceutical alternative ways to look at this. And there's also nitrites currently under development as a method to treat pain, as a method to treat peripheral vascular disease, and a method to treat a lot of other diseases. This is early stage research at biotech companies. And this just shows you in a group of 8 or 9 mice per study group, the blue bars are the nitrite water for 7 days versus the standard chow in red. And you can see a significant reduction in the area of infarction per area at risk, or infarct per LV. So a nice effect. Okay, one more example of diet and enos. So there's a pig that we've researched for about 10 years called the Ossabaw swine. The pig was isolated from an island off the coast of Georgia called Ossabaw Island. Normally in the wild, the pigs look like this, but in the wild, the pigs have seasonal access to food. In the summer, they can eat all they want. In the winter, there's no food for them to eat. So they've developed over hundreds of years a thrifty genotype, which means if they have no food, they can survive, but if they have food, they do well. When they're removed from the island, they're fed a Western diet like we eat. A normal Western chow, they have intra-abdominal central obesity, they become insulin resistant, they have impaired glucose tolerance, high cholesterol, hypertension. This is what they look like. And I can tell you, we've been studying these for a long time, and when we look at the Ossabaw obese, so that's the lean, this is Ossabaw lean, this is the obese. We take organs and blood samples, we look at nitrite. Remember, this is a biomarker for nitric oxide. There's low levels in the plasma, but when you look at the tissue, the heart, the liver, the lung, the peripheral skeletal muscle in the brain, nitrite levels are exquisitely low. And this is because when they're removed from the island and put into captivity and fed a normal Western diet, their enos becomes dysfunctional and they really don't make much NO, and their diet is very poor. So they sort of have two strikes against them. And I won't show you all the work that we did, but if you look here, the lean have very healthy coronary arteries as they age, but the obese animal has fairly significant coronary artery lesions. And over time, these can become critical. When we look at this nitric oxide signaling molecule, cyclic GMP, this is really important. It's reduced dramatically in the obese animal. So they're not in a good nitric oxide balance. They have nitric oxide insufficiency and very bad disease. They're also diabetic and obese, so those don't help. Okay, so to summarize, we think that there's two main pathways for having a healthy nitric oxide balance. One is your diet, not eating foods that are not good. The other one is the status of your enos. If you have normal enos, you're okay, but if you have enos dysfunction, you have low NO. And the diet contributes to damaging enos, so they're both interrelated. So with a bad diet, poor enos function, you're going to have low NO or low nitrite in your plasma, less nitrite in your tissues, and so less storage. And when you need nitric oxide, you can't convert the nitrite into NO, so you have low NO bioavailability. You're going to have increased risk for cardiovascular disease and many, many other diseases that my laboratory doesn't study but are important. And once you have an acute MI or some cardiovascular disease, you're going to do very poorly because you don't have the NO to protect you. So let me shift gears. That was a very brief overview of many years of nitric oxide research. And I just want to make the point that we believe that nitric oxide and enos are very important for your health. But there's this other gas, H2S. And just to give you a brief history, it's believed by Peter Ward and others that are experts in the history of the world and anthropology that about 250 million years ago, when the planet experienced mass extinctions, that one of the primary culprits for the animals dying and the plants dying was high levels of H2S that came out of the ocean. And H2S came from the core of the earth and came up through cracks in the earth. And this is a hypothesis that's been put out there by a number of people. So H2S was considered among the very most toxic gases on the planet because of this. In the 1700s, all around the world, in primitive sewer systems, workers had to clean those systems out, and they were exposed to very high levels of hydrogen sulfide, and they experienced very, very significant toxicity, even death. And a fellow named Ramazzini in Italy was the first to link the healthcare and all of the toxicity of the workers to hydrogen sulfide. And Ramazzini's famous because he was the first person to start saying that workers need to have rights and need to be protected in the workplace. So this started a revolution of we need to take care of the workers and make sure they're safe on all job sites. And so this was a very important time. And then everybody thought H2S was really a super toxic, death-inducing gas until the 1980s. 1989, 3 different groups simultaneously measured serendipitously hydrogen sulfide gas in the brain of different animal species. And then a little bit later, a group in Japan said there's an enzyme, cystathionine gamma lyase, that makes a molecule that causes relaxation of blood vessels, and that was hydrogen sulfide. And 1996, Professor Kimura in Tokyo demonstrated that another enzyme, CBS, made H2S, and it modulated neurotransmission. So 96, 97, there was more than the gas being produced. The gas actually did something. And then much later, in 2002, Solomon Schneider at Johns Hopkins in the pharmacology department showed that H2S is a powerful vasodilator and a very important gasotransmitter. And this is when my lab started to take notice a bit. And then later on, Saul Snyder in his lab showed that H2S signals in many ways by modifying proteins when H2S would interact with proteins, and that's called S-sulfhydration. So this is just the idea that H2S was very much considered a very toxic gas of no biological consequence other than toxicity and not physiological. But then we started to understand over a number of years that this gas at low levels produced by enzymes in our bodies was very important. So I'm now going to begin part 2 of my presentation. I told you earlier about the critical role that nitric oxide plays in cytoprotection and maintaining a healthy cardiovascular system. Now I'm going to discuss the second endogenous gaseous signaling molecule, hydrogen sulfide. As I mentioned earlier, these gases such as nitric oxide and hydrogen sulfide are generated by enzymes within your body. And this slide just shows you the 3 enzymes that generate hydrogen sulfide. The first one is known as cystathionine gamma lyase, or CGL. And this enzyme takes cysteine as a precursor in our bodies and converts it into hydrogen sulfide. And this gas serves a very important cytoprotective mechanism that I'll show you shortly. The second enzyme, cystathionine beta synthase, or CBS, also utilizes cysteine as well as homocysteine and serine as precursors to generate hydrogen sulfide. And the final enzyme, known as 3-mercaptopyruvate sulfur transferase, or 3-MST, utilizes a multiple enzyme complex that involves cysteine aminotransferase and utilizes cysteine, glutamate, and alpha-ketoglutarate to generate hydrogen sulfide and pyruvate. Interestingly, 3-MST is primarily localized within the mitochondria. We believe this is an important regulator of mitochondrial function. This slide summarizes some of what we know about the physiological role that hydrogen sulfide serves within the cardiovascular system. And these effects are very similar to those that I described for nitric oxide. Hydrogen sulfide produced in the blood vessel is an important regulator of blood pressure and regulator of vasodilation or blood vessel tone. Hydrogen sulfide also plays a critical role in the promotion of angiogenesis, the growth of new blood vessels. And this can help to increase blood flow and decrease tissue injury during certain disease states. Hydrogen sulfide produced by 3-MST in the mitochondria can regulate mitochondrial respiration and keep respiration in normal limits. It can promote cytoprotection and even induce an effect known as suspended animation. Hydrogen sulfide has been shown to be a powerful inhibitor of programmed cell death or apoptosis, another cytoprotective effect. We know that hydrogen sulfide produced by the blood vessel inside the bloodstream regulates inflammation and inhibits leukocytes in a very powerful way to limit the amount of inflammation that can occur. We know, very importantly, hydrogen sulfide is an antioxidant by direct effects to inhibit oxidative stress through a reductive stress mechanism. Also, H2S can upregulate antioxidant enzymes and thereby diminish oxidative stress. And these are the enzymes: cystathionine gamma lyase, cystathionine beta synthase, 3-mercaptopyruvate sulfur transferase. We know from the literature and from our own work that hydrogen sulfide produced by these 3 enzymes in our bodies impacts organs throughout the body. The brain, we know that H2S is involved in memory formation and learning. We know there's powerful antioxidant defense mechanisms that are induced by hydrogen sulfide. In the lungs, hydrogen sulfide mediates pulmonary vascular tone to regulate pulmonary perfusion and pulmonary oxygen transport. In the heart, we've shown powerful antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, anti-apoptotic effects. I will show you some of our data that demonstrates H2S reduces myocardial injury following a heart attack. And in heart failure, we've shown that hydrogen sulfide delivered by different drugs that release hydrogen sulfide can preserve left ventricular function in heart failure. I don't have time to show you all that today. Within the bloodstream, as I mentioned, H2S is a powerful regulator of vasodilation. It's involved in blood pressure regulation in a positive way and also promotes angiogenesis. In the liver, our group and others have shown that H2S delivered as a drug can protect against ischemia, reperfusion injury, or transplant-induced injury. In the liver, H2S is a powerful antioxidant and anti-inflammatory molecule. Others have shown in the kidneys protection against ischemia, reperfusion injury, and these are mediated largely by anti-inflammatory, antioxidant effects. Interestingly, in the GI system, H2S protects the gastric mucosa in the stomach, and in the intestine, H2S is responsible for powerful host defense mechanisms and also regulates smooth muscle relaxation to promote GI motility. So this is just a snapshot of some of the many powerful effects of H2S under physiological conditions. This is in a normal, healthy human. Unfortunately, many diseases are characterized by dysfunction of these enzymes and loss of H2S. And our lab has been focused on specifically the heart, but how we might augment H2S levels during cardiovascular diseases. Some early work done by Mark Roth in Seattle, published in 2007, is shown here. This is a model in which mice, are subjected to severe hypoxia, so lack of oxygen. Mice are placed in a glass chamber. The oxygen is removed from the environment, and within about 16, 18 minutes, under control conditions, this is uniformly lethal. All of the animals will die. When the animals are exposed to hydrogen sulfide, 150 parts per million, prior to the hypoxia, 100% of the animals live. And so this shows that H2S can precondition the entire organism and protect against severe hypoxia. We've done a lot of work early on in my group looking at myocardial infarction or heart attack. And this is our mouse model of myocardial injury following ischemia and reperfusion. We selectively surgically ligate the left coronary artery for 30 minutes to induce a heart attack. Then we release this occlusion and allow for recovery for 24 hours. In these experiments, we injected sodium sulfide. This is an H2S precursor that releases H2S at a number of different doses at the time of reperfusion. And this is a little bit out of order. So this slide shows when we inject sodium sulfide, 50 micrograms per kilogram, a single dose, the area of cell death is very small, and all of this red area is viable. So this is what's been salvaged by the H2S. This is an untreated mouse that received a saline vehicle, and you can see a very large area of infarction compared to the drug-treated group. So a very clear effect with a single dose at 24 hours after the heart attack. We also did some experiments in which we genetically knocked out cystathionine gamma lyase, or CSE. So in the animal, throughout the body, we knocked out the CSE enzyme and then studied the heart attack. And in the CSE knockouts, less H2S was produced. The area of cell death during a heart attack is much larger than the wild type with a normal CSE enzyme that's functional. So this is a genetic experiment that demonstrates the powerful cytoprotective effects of H2S in the heart. We've also looked at a number of other ways that we might augment hydrogen sulfide. And one of the ways that we can do this with natural products is to utilize garlic. Garlic contains polysulfides, and the polysulfides generate H2S within our bodies upon consumption or administration. And this is some of what we've learned throughout our research, that garlic releases polysulfides. These polysulfides generate H2S. The H2S can in fact activate nitric oxide synthase to make NO, and then the nitric oxide can protect. We also think that the hydrogen sulfide, through other mechanisms, can directly protect the heart as well. And so here's an experiment in which we acutely treated mice with diallyl trisulfide. This is a garlic-derived polysulfide that's commercially available. And if we just look at the summary slide, if we look at infarct size per area at risk, or infarct size per LV, infarct meaning cell death within the heart, you'll see that in the vehicle group with saline vehicle, 60% of the area at risk undergoes cell death. With DATs, one dose, this is reduced to about 25%. So a greater than 50% reduction in cell death with garlic. And the garlic is administered during the heart attack, not prior to. The same is true if you look at the infarct size with respect to the left ventricle, significant reduction. So garlic, by this mechanism, we believe, generating polysulfides, producing H2S from the polysulfides, making nitric oxide, and by independent mechanisms, protecting the heart. We've also done another genetic experiment where we overexpress the cystathionine gamma lyase, the H2S producing enzyme, one of them, only in the heart and only in that region of the animal's body. And this shows a summary for myocardial infarct size or myocardial injury following a heart attack, 72 hours post-reperfusion. You can see with a cardiac restricted CGL overexpressor, the amount of injury is reduced from about 50% to 25%. Infarct per area at risk. Infarct per LV, about a 50%. This is just another way to measure injury in the same animal. The area at risk per LV, that's the size of the heart attack. That's about 60% in both the wild type and the CGL overexpressors, the transgenic. So that's the same, but the injury is less. So I talked at great length about the biology, physiology, and therapeutic potential of both nitric oxide and also hydrogen sulfide. And I'm sure you're now asking, how does NAD relate to nitric oxide and or hydrogen sulfide? Are there any connections? How are these distinct agents and therapeutics linked? And one clue that we have from a PK study in humans in work that we perform with NAD Research Labs based in Springfield, Louisiana, in collaboration with Dr. Richard Métier, shown here, we asked the question, what does NAD therapy do to nitric oxide levels in the circulation in healthy people that receive intravenous NAD therapy over a period of 96 hours? And some of the early data are shown here in 5 patients following the following the infusion of IV NAD, BR+. And what you can see in the graph, this is showing plasma nitrite, a biomarker for nitric oxide bioavailability, and the change from baseline. Following IV NAD therapy in healthy people at 30 minutes post-infusion, there's about a 70% increase in nitric oxide. This diminishes a bit over time at 2 hours and 6 hours. Then we see an increase at 8, a decrease at 24, and then a further increase at 48 and 96 hours. These early effects may be a result of the reduction in oxidative stress induced by NAD. We know that we've seen that with NAD in our laboratory in patients. And the later change may be improvement in the functionality of endothelial nitric oxide synthase. This is the enzyme that actually generates nitric oxide. So over prolonged exposure and more time, we see an increase in nitric oxide, 2 distinct phases. This slide shows us in the same study in a larger cohort of patients, some of the peak plasma nitrite. So this is at the 30-minute time point, the early time point post-infusion. The first bars are the 4 placebo and the 11 healthy study subjects that received NAD brain restoration plus. There's no difference in plasma nitrite or NO at baseline, but at the peak, we see significant increase with NAD BR+. So these data together, very preliminary work we did with Dr. Métier and his team and others, demonstrate that infusion of NAD may augment nitric oxide therapy. So we would love to do additional research to study the effects of NAD therapy on nitric oxide in both healthy individuals and also patients that present with different ailments. There's also been a little bit of research looking at the synergy of hydrogen sulfide therapy and NAD therapy. This is a paper that was published in Cell in 2018 from the Sinclair group, and Das is the first author. And what they did in some early experiments was to take a human umbilical vein endothelial cells, or HUVECs, and measure the angiogenic response to NAD and then the combination of NAD plus hydrogen sulfide. So sprout length is a measure of the angiogenic response of endothelial cells in culture. Under control conditions, there's a certain amount of sprout length. When they added sodium hydrosulfide, this is a crude H2S donor, a little bit, but essentially no effect. When they used a nicotinamide mononucleotide, an NAD precursor, they saw an increase in the angiogenic response. When they combined the hydrogen sulfide donor with the NMN, the nicotinamide mononucleotide, they saw a synergistic improved effect. So this was a clue that if one combines hydrogen sulfide and NAD in an assay in which cells can undergo angiogenesis, there is a benefit of having the two different therapeutics together. So Sinclair and colleagues then studied aging mice, a specific strain of aging mice. And what they did was they studied sodium sulfide therapy alone, NMN, or the combination of hydrogen sulfide and NMN, to look at, in the whole animal, in the periphery, in the legs, the number of capillaries per high-powered field as a measure of angiogenesis. And they saw a beneficial effect of the NMN, the NAD therapy, and then this hydrogen sulfide and NAD therapy was even better. So this is another clue now looking at the entire animal in a clinically relevant aging mouse model. They also looked at the physiological effects of this pro-angiogenic response. So they put the animals, the aging mice, on a treadmill, and they measured the amount of time they could run to exhaustion and the distance they covered. And so if we look at the first graph, the control aging mice will run for about 30 minutes. If you provide them with hydrogen sulfide, they run for a few minutes more. If you provide NAD precursor, nicotinamide mononucleotide, NMN, that increase their running time to about 50 minutes as compared to 30. When you combine the two, you see almost 1 hour of running. So a doubling from about 30 minutes of treadmill running to 60 minutes. And this is also shown when they measure the distance. Originally, they run about 425 meters. They run better, longer with NMN, and the combination, we see running distance from 400 to over 800 meters. Similar to the time, there's a doubling of the distance covered. So this is interesting preclinical evidence that one might consider the combination of NAD and hydrogen sulfide releasing therapeutics to improve the aging response, to have a more healthy aging condition. So Dawson Sinclair have developed this sort of line of thinking summarized here from their paper. If we consider a young, healthy animal, perhaps a young, healthy human, there's production of VEGF, there's production of NAD and hydrogen sulfide. And hydrogen sulfide, NAD, and VEGF activate sirtuin-1, and that can promote sprouting, and then that can promote neovascularization, normal capillary density, increased blood flow, better exercise, and better endurance. However, in the old animal or old human, there's a loss of NAD. VEGF is probably not functioning properly, and we believe that hydrogen sulfide levels would be low. So the therapeutic approach would be to give hydrogen sulfide precursors to make hydrogen sulfide and to give NMN or NAD, and that would activate sirtuin-1, promote sprouting, and then improve capillary density, increase blood flow, and increase the ability of the animal or the human to exercise. So this is an early hypothesis that was developed in 2018 that may well be true. So in terms of NAD research, a couple of ideas that we've had internally with Dr. Midier and the team is to consider measuring circulating levels of nitric oxide and hydrogen sulfide in patient populations to establish baseline levels and determine if the levels are below normal physiological levels. So if in certain patient populations, we observe low levels, one might consider NAD therapy to increase the levels of those, and perhaps look at other therapeutic approaches. We also have thought about and discussed performing additional investigations on the effects of NAD therapy on plasma nitric oxide and hydrogen sulfide levels in healthy individuals and in select patient populations with different diseases or addictions situations. And finally, we propose to perhaps study the effects of NAD therapy in combination with either nitric oxide or hydrogen sulfide-based therapeutics. One could consider a dietary manipulation to increase nitric oxide, or in the case of hydrogen sulfide, a dietary manipulation that involves garlic or other polysulfides that are naturally occurring. And the idea would be that these therapeutics might improve the efficacy of NAD therapy in patients that suffer from different disease conditions. So I'm going to stop there. This is a list of the many colleagues and collaborators in my laboratory, also at LSU Health Sciences Center in New Orleans, my colleague Dr. Tracy Goodchild and her team, and then we've also worked with a group at Ochsner for some of our experiments. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much.
Our next presenters, I'm happy to present and feel really good about them. It's Dr. Wei Chen and Dr. XIAO-HONG too. They both work very hard at the University of Minnesota Center for Magnetic Resonance. We did some pilot work with them, and we spent time up there, spent a good bit of time up there, both in their machines and around and at dinner. So I'm happy to see them back. And they've developed a novel magnetic resonance spectroscopy-based NAD assay that can non-invasively measure NAD plus and NADH contents across a broad range of magnetic field strengths. Their results provide first-hand information on the cellular NAD concentrations and redox state in the brains of healthy volunteers. Hard to believe, but I saw it in action, and I believe it. So they're sponsored by Gateway Mortgage, and I welcome them to our presentation.
Okay, so you can hear me and also see the screen here. And I don't know how to, let me see, I can put like a full screen here. Okay, so, thank you, Richard and Paula. And this is a very inspired meeting. And so, quite exciting for us. And also the first time we, joined this meeting. Yeah. And just Richard mentioned, okay, this is actually our imaging center, located at University of Minnesota. And this is very dedicated for we call the ultra-high field imaging research. And many people work in this center. And XIAO-HONG and me, we already work more than 25 years here. So during past decades, we tried to say how can take advantage for this, the wonderful, the MR imaging facility, and then developing some new technology. Hopefully we can see, signal before the impossible. Okay, so we developed many technology. This NAD is one of them. So I will talk a little bit more about, in today's talk. So this is actually the first time we got the 7 tested human system, and at the beginning we put a human subject in the magnet, and it got a terrible imaging because many engineering problem. So after few years, and we improved technology, and you can see incredible details in the human brain. And but besides this kind of traditional imaging, maybe doctor appreciate that, and also same machine can be used for other purpose, look like the molecule or metabolites inside the brain. So this is show the one example. We can detect like a human, the visual cortex in the back head, and quite a couple of minutes, and the top one show that we call the spectrum. That's like a fingerprint about the metabolites, which has a phosphor, the atoms on the molecule. So this is just give a little bit example here. We know the ATP is the most important energy molecule inside the cell, not only in the brain and in the whole body. So it has 3 phosphor. So we can see the 3 phosphor peaks we call alpha, gamma, beta. And beside that, we also can see that another interesting molecule called the phosphocreatine, and it has the highest peak or intensity in the brain. And so this is a very important molecule to support the cell energy. And if a stroke happens, then stop the nutrition and the ATP utilized, then causes so many trouble there too. And also another interesting, the small peak, we call it inorganic phosphate. It's like a PI on the left side. And that's also very important, to involve the so-called ATP hydrolysis or ATP synthesis. So this kind of molecule we can easily detect in the human brain, especially at the ultra-high field. However, still quite challenging because, also maybe mentioned as the most relevant metabolites related to today's talk, so NAD, which can't be superimposed with a 1 ATP peak, as like a shoulder, but it still appreciates some significant signal from the brain NAD. But concentration very, very low, from this metabolites. Okay, for example, like NAD, we report only less than 0.5 millimole concentration in the brain, and the NADH even much low, right? If you compare to traditional like imaging, we look at like a brain tissue water, so the concentration almost more than 40 more. So that means concentration difference between this kind of metabolites and the traditional brain imaging almost more than 10,000 times. So that's actually one major reason you don't see this spectroscopy or imaging technology in the hospital. Okay, it's another struggling with signal to sensitivity and the reliability. So maybe it's not so robust to that. So the one way could overcome this limitation, we could push the very, very high field, although it's a very expensive, solution. And so our center, has a long history, to lead this kind of ultra high field technology. From the first one, like a 4 Tesla scanner, that was many years ago, even before I joined the University of Minnesota here. Then we built the first 7 Tesla human scanner. And now we moved to the world's first 10.5 T human scanner. That's a whole body scanner. Yeah. And after a few years, and the 7T has been, approved by the FDA, could it be for the brain, diagnosed or like the bone disease, right now. And beside that, we also have an animal scanner, because when we develop a new technology, we don't apply it for human first, because we want to make sure everything is right. So that's why we have like 2 animal scanners. We can test the ID and the validate the technology and understand the technology. Then we can easily apply or translate to the human. So this is multiple kind of scanner make us very, very, powerful to do this kind of research. So this just showed one example. Okay, we collect the so-called phosphor spectroscopy from the visual cortex, either in the human brain, that's a top 2 tracer at the 4 Tesla and the 7 Tesla. We know the clinical machine field strength is usually like 1.5 or 3 Tesla. So this 4T is closer to 3T, but 7T is much high. And then we also can do the animal study, like a cat visual cortex. We can measure similar spectroscopy. You can see when move the field strength go high, and then this we call the peak separation getting much better. Okay, so this help for quantification, easy to identify different metabolites inside the brain, which include like NAD in the right middle, side. You can see, when go to the more high field, and then separation is getting better. And also the sensitivity is also getting much better too. So this is a chart that shows like a so-called field strength dependence and versus the signal to noise ratio for the phosphor creatine peak. I mentioned before, that's the highest peak in the brain. And you can see when move the field strength like from 4 Tesla to like 16 Tesla, that's we have the animal system like that. And the sensitivity improved more than 10 times, okay? Just move the high field. And that can convert to almost just like one of the, just 1% scan time at the 16.4 Tesla, you can get the same signal to noise ratio at the 4 Tesla. Yeah, so they can dramatically reduce scan time, or you can improve the sensitivity at a very, very high field. Okay, so how we can take advantage using this ultra high field? So I take the picture from like a textbook, look like the energy metabolism. That's very interesting, for developing this kind of metabolic imaging technology. So we know the brain mostly takes glucose as a substrate, and that's pumped by from heart and send it to the brain, right? So they enter the cell, and then it's like glycolysis become the 2 pyruvates, and for the tumor they can create the lactate. But in most the case for the normal brain, the pyruvate enter the enter the mitochondria. Okay, then goes through the TC cycle and produce a lot of NADH. That's reduce the form of the NAD, and so this kind of reaction is coupled with oxygen consumption. That's what breathing the air, and that's the burning glucose with oxygen, create some energy. Then the support the ATP synthesized inside the mitochondria. So that's just the most important biochemical reaction to produce the ATP molecules. So every neuron spike or physiology activity, they consume the ATP. So they can transport across the mitochondria membrane into the cytosol space. So even during the resting brain, the brain still use energy, neurons still working. So that's actually consume a lot of ATPs, then become the ADP. Or you can ask the brain do something, right? This is we call it visual stimulation, when subject see the visual movie, and you can see back head lights up because their neuron in the visual cortex work much hard. All this is using the ATP, okay? So, but in our brain, the total ATP molecule is very limited. Okay, we can calculate only like a few grams ATP in our brain, but a neuron or cell utilize so much energy. So that when the ATP become ADP, they have to back to the mitochondria very quickly. Then you can resynthesize again, make the ATP again. So this is like a kind of balance between the ATP production and the demanding. So it's a very, very important, pathway control the brain energy. So today I will more focusing, the kind of phosphorus spectroscopy, the technology, and usually called the phosphorus 31 MR spectroscopy. That's called magnetic resonance spectrum. Yeah, and we can determine. So considerable metabolic rate of the ATP synthesis relate to ATPase, the enzyme activity in the live brain. We don't need to put the needle, we just put a subject in the magnet, and we can measure that and quantify, tell how much the brain tissue utilize ATP molecules under the particular condition. Yeah. So I'll just quickly show the one example here. So again, this is the phosphorus spectroscopy from the human visual cortex. You can see multiple resonant peaks or like metabolites. Okay, that's we can detect it. So we introduced one technology, although I don't want to give too much detail. We try to use a narrow frequency kind of the way to suppress the one ATP, we call the gamma ATP molecule here. So you see, when you use that technology, this guy ATP disappear. However, if you look at the right top panel, this ATP is connected to phosphocreatine through the creatine kinase enzyme activity. Meanwhile, they also connect the inorganic phosphate, that's a PR, through the ATPase, the enzyme. So the ATP sits in the middle and then connected to, the metabolites through two enzyme activity. So if we interfere the ATP, like top left side, and you can see what happened. Okay, they reduce the phosphocreatine signal here from this high to this low. So this is show the different spectrum. So they suppress or reduce the phosphocreatine very dramatically. Why? Because when you suppress the ATP, this enzyme activity interact with the phosphocreatine, they reduce the phosphocreatine. At the same thing for this ATPase enzyme, they reduce the inorganic phosphate here. Okay, so we can quantify this signal difference. We can determine two metabolic rates. One is the cerebral metabolic rate, the ATP, another related to the CK enzyme through one experiment. So we did some animal study. We changed the anesthesia and the change in neuron activity level. So we can put the EEG, measure brain activity. From this case, from the light anesthesia, you can see very high spike activity. Then the medium and then deep anesthesia, EEG was gone. So that's usually called isoelectrostatic. That's brain doesn't have electrical signal anymore, or the cells still survive, okay? So we use this technology to measure ATP metabolic rate as a function of the brain activity level. We see the very nice correlation. When brain very active, they utilize or produce a lot of ATP. But on the other hand, when brain comes down, and then metabolic rate also comes down. See, very nice relationship too. So I think you can divide the two types of the energy. Okay, one without the electrical signal, we call the housing keeping energy, because that's very important for the cell survive. Okay, even no electron signal in the brain. Then after the brain signal come back, and this energy will support the so-called signal energy of brain function. Yeah, but meanwhile, our imaging or spectroscopy, we can measure the intracellular ATP concentration inside the brain under this variable condition. Okay, when postdoc showed me result, I said I lost it here. Right? If you look at the the ATP, no change at all. Okay, even say brain shut down the electron signal, okay, they keep the rock stable. Okay, so I think based on this one in the paper, we suggested this is a very strong regulation by the enzyme. They try to keep the ATP consumption and the synthesis almost a perfect balance. Okay, so that's how you can keep the intracellular ATP rocket stable. This is a very important mechanism. But on flip side, if some patients show the ATP concentration comes down, maybe it's a quite bad sign. Tell the brain maybe the problem too. Yeah, and also not only we can do animal study, and we also design the whole brain, so-called IFO coil, and we can look at the entire brain and then apply the same technology. And also we have the structure imaging. We can segregate the gray matter, white matter, CSF from the one imaging scan session. And then we can do quantification. Okay, what we found in the human brain, the gray matter, that has 3 times high the ATP production rate than the white matter. Okay, that makes sense because we know most neurons sit in the gray matter, and the white matter more like a structural connection too. But again, although this rate is 3 times different between gray matter and white matter, but the concentration between gray and white matter still the same. Okay, so this is another evidence to tell this ATP synthesis is very, very powerful and very important. And also, it's an interesting fact based on our observation. I mentioned before, our brain only has a few grams of the ATP molecule sitting out the cell, brain cell. However, based on our measurement, the one day each person, even a brain doesn't work very hard, we utilize more than 6 kilograms of ATP per day. So this tell this demanding and supply should be very, very quickly reach the balance, and it's a very, very efficient way. Brain cell can do that. And also the first time we can quantify, say, the single neuron per second, how many ATP molecules they use. It's almost like 4.8 billion. So it's a huge energy consumption that. Okay, so now actually move to next part, and we can use the same technology but look at different information related to the NAD and the NAD plus and the ABIHM. So if you can measure these 2 compounds, the ratio that's defined as so-called redox ratio. Okay, that's a very important parameter too. So this is maybe a quick, so I think that this look at biochemistry, through the glycolysis cycle, they produce convert the NAD plus, to the NADH. But in the mitochondria, the energy metabolism actually reversal this pathway. And so it's, again, this is balance between NAD plus and NADH. And so this ratio, we thought is very important for the, the metabolic regulation, and also relate to many function like a normal brain function or disorder, neurodegeneration disease. If you look at the literature, they're all linked together. Yeah. And also next one, I think many audiences here or speakers are more expert, than us. And, beside the, like the energy regulation, the NAD plus has a numerous function, in the cell. And this is just like a short list here, right? So then the question, can we develop some non-invasive technology? If we look at the literature, usually two ways, right? Once you take a brain tissue, for example, then you put like a biochemistry, assay, and then measure, say, NAD plus NADH, but it's not stable. So usually the literature, report the variation very, very big from one lab to another lab. Then the half century ago, and the UPenn, they developed something called optical imaging. So you open the scar, for example, put the probe and shine it on the brain, but they only can detect NADH. They cannot detect NAD plus. Okay, so that's also limited too. So that's why actually we try to develop something called EMMA, spectroscopy-based technology. So this is show the like a molecular difference between the NADH and the NAD plus. It's a main thing, a major difference is around the nitrogen. One way is the plus, charge, that's NAD plus, another way not. Yeah, but it's interesting. If you look at the molecule, and this part is like an NR. This part of the, adenosine. Okay, that's actually the James already talked, extensively this morning. And so when combined by like a 2-phosphate chain, then become NAD plus. Okay, and also another interesting, if you split the NAD plus like 2 parts, okay, then top one is an NMN, bottom one AMP. Okay, so that's also NMP. N is also active field in this, the research, the kind of the field, and I don't have the time to talk about that too. Yeah, so for EMMA spectroscopy, what's unique about this molecule? Okay, so if you go back and look at NADH, it has 2 phosphate atoms, but the environment very similar. Okay, so they contribute like a single peak, but double the intensity because it has 2 phosphate atoms. However, if you look at the NAD plus, okay, structure very similar. I just said the only difference is like a plus charge here. However, they make this phosphate environment very different from this guy. That's created a so-called quartet spectrum pattern. One peak becomes 4 peaks. Okay, although they overlap together between the two molecules, but we can quantify that. Okay, so that's one point. Second one, this pattern depends on field strength. Okay, so we have a physical model. We can predict what they suppose should be, so we can build the program to like deconvolute this the NAD plus NADH for the in vivo study. And also we move to much high field. This is more close like in vivo condition. You can see this 2 peak separations getting much better when moved to very high field. So okay, so this one shows it's a real measurement, and at the 9.40 in the animal brain. And you can see if we expanding this guy, and this big one's ATP. Okay, so we can use ATP for the internal reference to quantify the NAD plus and ABH concentration. Then you can see this should have split the peak. That's contributed by the NAD plus NADH. So we have the model, we can fit in there and separate that, and the residue very small. So the model works very well. And also we can do like a 16.14. Okay, even use the same animal. Again, you can see the split is getting better and the quantification also getting better. Yeah. And okay, then also we can do imaging too. This is just one example. Okay, in the cat brain. Okay, each small box, so represent the one spectrum. Okay, we can do quantification, and you can create like an imaging, and also you could do like a rodent brain too. Yeah, but we're more interested for the human brain. So we translated this technology, which is developed in the animal, to the human. And then we saw this very nice high quality spectroscopy, and then try to quantify, the NAD plus NADH in the human visual cortex. Yeah, but I show this is 70 data, so in this country, not too many 70 scan around the country, and I say, well, can we do like a little bit low field, like 4 Tesla, because which is more close to 3 Tesla, right? So then we introduce another technology. This is like a traditional technology. You can see this is ATP. This is like overlap with the NAD plus NADH. It's like a small mountain. Okay, so it's very difficult to quantify. But after we introduce another technology at the 4 Tesla, you can see this peak spread getting much beautiful. And then we can do quantification. Do everything. So 40 possible. And also this is summarized the result. And we did like a 7 subject, at the 7 Tesla, and compare the 7 subject at the 4 Tesla. And this is a little bit busy table. We quantify NAD plus concentration in the visual cortex, NADH, and the total NAD, and the redox ratio. You can appreciate this accuracy is incredible good. Okay, and it doesn't matter 40, 70, gave almost a similar number too. And also we did like a cat brain, and at the 9.40 versus 16.40, and also did a rat. And again, we compare the literature data, from the many papers, and in general, they agree with the biochemical assay result. Okay, so this is kind of very encouraging, and so we can do many, potential application, for the brain. Yeah. Okay, so then that's kind of interesting when we move to the human. And like XIAO-HONG, she looked at this spectrum very carefully and says, well, something to be different here. Okay, this is because contributed by NAD, NADH plus. That's the most interesting for us, right? Somehow, if you don't just look quick, it looks very similar. But if you look at it very carefully, they're different. Okay, we saw that somehow this subject NAD plus is kind of a little bit low. So now we read some literature and also like a Ross the paper or other people paper, and they show the very nice aging dependent for this NAD metabolism. So then we plug the aging for this maybe like a 10, 15 subject, and then was very surprised, saw the very beautiful result. Okay, so when the people getting a little bit older, not too older, and we just measure around 60 years versus like a college kids, and you can see NAD plus decline here. And the NADH hit the opposite, okay, when people getting old, and they increase, okay. So the total NAD also declined, but this ratio gave the so-called redox ratio, okay. We found for the even healthy people, you compare the 20-ish and versus 60-ish, they dropped almost 40% of the redox ratio. When I saw this result, I was a little bit shocked because my age is very similar, like 60. So that's when my brain already dropped 14%. And but that's the real observation. It's amazing. The NAD plus is so central for the aging or, processing. Then one of my old postdoc at the Harvard University, and they use a similar technology to apply the, the mental, the disease or psychiatric disease as like a schizophrenia. Yeah, you can see they did a control experiment like the black dots, and they repeat almost a similar experiment as we saw, like aging dependent. Okay, so when getting old, people like 20, 40, 50, almost drop like a 50% redox ratio. But more shocking, this red line is for mental disease, and you can see they still have aging dependent, but for each group of same age, they reduce so dramatically. It's especially for young kids. Okay, you see, this is a normal, this like a mental disease patient, it itself already dropped 50%. This looks the frontal lobe. Okay, so even brain structure, no difference. If you do like a scanner, go to the hospital, you cannot see brain structure change between this patient and the normal subject. However, when you look at NAD redox ratio, you already observe almost a 50% reduction. So this is very exciting, for this kind of NAD imaging. And then we did some like for PD patient, although it's a very small cohort. We compared like 4 patient versus another 4 patient. But what we observed, we saw that in the PD patient, NAD plus reduced significant, or the NADH not huge different, but the total, the NAD also dropped. We calculated the redox state. We didn't reach a significance because the group size is very, very small, but at least show some evidence even compare the match the aging, gender, age, the control group, and this PD already see the reduction in the NAD plus in the visual cortex. Okay, we didn't look the subcortex. Yeah. Okay, so then we did some interesting experiments. Say it's more like an animal study. We try to introduce this like a hypoxia, see how they challenge this NAD metabolism. Okay, we did a control. Usually we put like a 30-40% oxygen, for breathing. Then we reduce it to like a 10%. Okay, and then come back to normal. Then it gave it more challenging. We reduce oxygen, to 5 to 6%. Finally, after experiment, we sacrifice brain and then post-mortem the measurement. Yes, it's a long experiment. So this is showing a little bit detailed, but we can skip it quickly. And so this is kind of results here, right? The first hypothesis, because 10%, so brain cells still okay. So we didn't see the ATP comes down, okay? But if you switch to 5%, and the oxygen become a limitation, you can see ATP almost drop to 50%. Okay. Then it's also interesting, like NAD plus, it's kind of also started decrease at the second hypothesis, and NADH increase. You can see readout state almost drop 50%, for the second more severe hypoxic condition. Yeah. Then it's also interesting in the dead brain. Okay, we still see the NAD plus NADH and the readout state, although it's much low, okay? And also you can see total NAD still sitting in the dead brain, even after a few hours, somehow too. This is still a little bit puzzle for us. Somehow, maybe James mentioned this morning, so this NAD plus maybe not easy, come out from cell, and they sitting there, and that's, it's not easy, disappear quickly too, yeah. So this is maybe, XIAO-HONG just did a survey, and so you can see many evidence NAD is so important. Again, you guys are more expert than us, yeah. So then we are interested in say, okay, and whether we can kind of mimic some, like NAD plus infusion, like the Richa, you did in the human in the Springfield, yeah. But we use that in the rat as a model, right? So this is show the protocol. Say the control, we measure the imaging, then quantify NAD plus NADH. Okay, then we infuse this dose. Yes, I want to say this dose is much high. Okay, definitely not suitable for the human, and but we just test to see whether it can boost the energy in the brain. Okay. Then we keep a measure, this kind of spectroscopy follow like a couple of hours. Yeah, that's how we did that. So this is show the one example after like maybe 4 or 5 hours after infusion, we still can measure the nice, spectroscopy imaging. Then can take the one region, you can quantify that. Yeah, and this is the results here. Okay, so before the control, then we started infusion, and after infusion, we saw the brain NAD plus concentration. And the total jump quite significant. It's almost like a 20%. Okay, they stay very long time. Okay, this is almost like like 4, 5, 7 hours. Okay, they stay there or even gradually increase a little bit, and the total also goes up because the NAD plus goes up, and this readout state also that goes up too. It's like a 20 to 40%. Okay, so that's quite surprise to us. Okay, this infusion definitely, boosts this kind of NAD concentration inside the brain. Although the mechanism still, kind of debate, as James, proposed very interesting mechanism. Yeah, and then also very surprised to us. Okay, after this kind of high dose infusion, and the brain intracellular ATP concentration also increased significantly. Although it's like a 5%, but you can see this number is very reliable measurement, right? I mentioned earlier, we saw the even shutdown brain activity, ATP concentration, no change. Or normal human brain, gray matter, white matter, ATP flux or metabolic rate, 3 times different, but the ATP concentration, no change at all. It's a rock state. So when we saw this increase, we were also surprised too. Okay, that means this NAD plus infusion that has stronger interaction inside the brain and increase the ATP and the phosphocreatine and the inorganic phosphate. They're all consistent, somehow too. Yeah. So then we try to understand why, what happened inside the brain. Okay, after this, kind of the infusion. Okay, so then we're back to the early technology I introduced in the early talk. We back to say, can we measure the ATPase synthesized rate inside the brain under the control and after this kind of infusion? Okay, that's how we did that, and this is the results here. Okay, so you can see this is start infusion, and this is an ATP synthesized rate start increase inside the brain. They could reach double. Okay, that was also a surprise to us. That's a double the ATP, the energy. Okay, around like 200 minutes after infusion, and also consistent with another enzyme metabolic rate, and that's a creatine kinase activity. Because I mentioned earlier, our technology, one measurement, we can determine 2 enzyme activity. Okay, so that's what got here too. Okay, so this is to tell us, not only increase, well, we could expand the alternative way. The NAD plus boosts the ATP synthesis rate very dramatic in the brain. However, under seizure condition, that's what we did experiment, the brain didn't increase the consumption dramatically. Okay, so they try to push the balance towards one direction, that's increase the brain ATP concentration, because the ATP synthesis rate increased very dramatically. That's at least kind of our interpretation right now. Yeah. Okay, so this is actually show the kind of results, and as a summary, I think that this technique is kind of should be capable to for quantification and the non-invasive imaging, this kind of concentration NAD plus and NADH, the level, so we can determine the redox ratio in intact brain. And also ultra-high field will significantly enhance this kind of ability and or reliability, so we can do much exciting application, especially for future like a clinical. Because I mentioned it before, 7T is becoming a clinical machine now, although it's not popular right now. Our center, we just got a new one, they call Siemens Terra, 7T machine, allows us to do like the clinical, some of the diagnosis too. Yeah. So finally, I think the in vivo NAD assay based on our technology, should be very, very powerful, and as a readout. Okay, for example, after the NAD plus treatment, we already a lot of questions say how make sure they have effect in the human, right? For the MD may look like a behavior or with a withdrawal, but I think the imaging itself could be provide very scientific evidence. And also the earlier talk I mentioned the FDA, they're looking for the scientific evidence. I think that our technology could provide a great opportunity to fill that kind of gap. Okay, we can sure say, yes, we see something happen inside the brain. Not only NAD plus NADH concentration change, they also affect this ATP and energy. So that's added a very strong evidence merged together. Say yes, NAD indeed have the positive effect in the brain. Okay, so finally, I think a lot of people, and also very unfortunately, we have the young scientist, Dr. Lu Ming. He made a very big contribution for this project, the early, but somehow he had the severe disease that didn't survive and passed away a couple of years ago. And also we, thank the NIH funding and also the Kicker Foundation for support our machine, the equipment. Finally, thank you, for your attention.
Yeah, well, I'm getting an update from you. It looks like you're all feeling comfortable with the 4 Tesla compared to the 7 Tesla. Would you still rather just do the 7 Tesla when you do your experiments?
Yes. Okay, I think again, our NIH funding also important, right? But sometimes our center move much fast. Okay, when people have 4T, we already move to 7 Tesla. Then when people have a 7 Tesla, now we move to 10.5 T. Okay, so when we apply the grant, it's common critique say, well, maybe only our center have like 10.5 T or 7 T. So what's the impact for clinic? Yeah. So when we develop technology, we're always keeping that kind of comment in mind. So that's actually create another publication. I'll show the results here. So at the beginning, we tried the technique on 3T. Okay, we have a 3T scanner in our center. They ask the manager, very surprised, they say, we don't have an X nuclear to detect the phosphor. So finally, we changed the mind back to 4 Tesla. But we add one kind of small technology, then dramatically improve this kind of detection sensitivity. My gut feeling, I think if you apply the technology at the 4T, we can reach the same performance as a 7T. Okay, that's I'm pretty confident about that. And although we didn't try the 3T, but I think it should be close. It's possible, can do 3T application. Yeah, and but again, for us, because we have 7T, we have 2 7T human machines, and so that's why we put more effort on the 7 Tesla. And in the near future, actually, we're going to move like a 10.5T. See what's kind of further enhancement or improvement we can reach, and so that's more like a hitting the limitations, or advantage, for very, very high field. So I think the answer is yes, 4T or 3T, it's possible. But in the clinical machine, it's a little bit trouble. Yes, most hospital buy the machine that only has an option for traditional, like the water imaging. Okay, that's you do like a structure imaging or cancer or whatever kind of diagnosed. So sometimes they don't have a so-called X-nuclear or phosphorus spectroscopy option. If they want to do that, they need to maybe invest, say, the $150,000 somehow. Then you can add that kind of option. Then you can do the NAD measurement too. Yeah. But on the other hand, it's good news. And also one of my friends, the colleague in the Yale University, they also published another paper. In principle, you could use a traditional like a proton imaging. You can measure NAD plus, okay, but they cannot detect the NADH, but they can measure NAD plus, okay. So then if you in the audience is interesting, I don't care the redox ratio, because then we need like both NAD plus and NADH. Say I only care about the NAD plus, and our machine they don't have the X-nuclear option or cannot acquire the phosphor. Then if you get some like physics help, and they can set up a so-called we call the imaging sequence, you can measure NAD plus use a traditional clinical machine. It's possible, yeah.
One other question, and we have some others. When we brought our groups up there, we had, I think, 4 patients go through, and we had a variable results, but we did see ATP levels, not levels, but production increase in, I think, 2 out of the 4. I just wonder if you had any more thoughts about why we saw a variability. Just to let the audience know, we gave patients a 750 milligram IV of NAD, and we measured their scans the day before. We gave them 750 milligrams IV of NAD, and then 2 hours after that, we did another scan. So, any thoughts about why that we saw some rises in ATP production, and some with different enzymes?
Yeah,
I wonder if you had any other thoughts.
Which part are you measure the ATP production in the cell or skin or in the tissue or in the blood? Which part do you measure that?
No, the measurements that y'all made with our group, we saw some rises in ATP production in 2 patients that I recall with the synthase, and then 2 patients with the creatine kinase. I'm just wondering if any more thoughts about why the differences in those 2, because these were all normal controls.
Yeah, okay. But since, for our animal study, we put a quite high dose. Yeah. So that one, maybe expand, we can detect very nicely, and not only NAD plus goes up, and also ATP synthesis rate goes up. But I think my understanding for the human, right, because you have a limitation. So if you think of the very slow infusion and also the low dose, and whether this change maybe happen during the infusion and after start infusion, they maybe kind of fade out somehow too. That's, I don't know, yeah. But for our experiment, I think we infuse a high dose, like a waste maybe, I think 10 to 20 minutes. So during that, it's a very, very high dose infusion. Then we just monitor like maybe 5 to 6 hours. But some of the effect is still there, okay? Although James, they say, infusion maybe how many seconds, this NAD plus all disappear in the plasma. But our data show very clearly And this is, the effect that they can sustain the many, many hours. Okay, although we didn't do like a days late, because we do like a non-survival experiment for this kind of, protocol. And, but that's maybe interesting in the future. We could do like a longitudinal study. Okay, although we need to get the ICO. Okay, second one, we can change the dose. Okay, use a variable dose, see whether, what kind of limit to say what dose we can start to see the brain, the NAD plus change and ATP plus the change. That's what we haven't done about that too. Yeah.
Yeah. And then another question from someone was about, let me just get it here. One question was from James's talk about the adenosine. Could the adenosine increase be responsible for the NAD increase in those animal studies where you saw a really consistent rise in NAD in those animals at high doses of IV NAD?
Right, that's actually after James' talk, and I had a conversation with XIAO-HONG. I think this may be talk we learn the most. Yeah. And so that's my thought. Maybe James maybe disagree with that too. I think that this mechanism very, very interesting. Maybe it's a right hypothesis. But on the other hand, we thought that maybe NAD say change it to like this adenosine and also maybe NR in the bloodstream or in the red blood cell. Okay, that's the way.
Right.
Sure. Then you can transport it into the brain cell. Okay, then kind of reverse back. Right, then this compound enter the cell, then resynthesis NAD plus, then they drive the mitochondria like ATP energy. That's a good explanation for our result. Or maybe this adenosine is directed both the ATP synthesis. We don't know because that's the backbone, for the ATP. Yeah. So this is actually we cannot answer that question, but it looks at that mechanism as interesting, to interpret our results, somehow too. Yeah.
Well, it's clear that in your experiments with the animals, NAD levels really went up, and the ratio went up, although there was high doses of IV NAD. So something's happening there, either with adenosine or I wonder about other metabolites of the IV NAD. Right. Would yeah, like in our, or like in we saw a spike in NMN as well when we gave our IV NAD. So there are other things, but bottom line is y'all demonstrated very well a rise in NAD levels and NADH ratio.
Right, because this increase, the sustained increase inside the brain cannot be explained by some NAD plus sitting in the bloodstream, right? Because James, I'll say, they just appear very quickly. That's one argument here. Second one, even they sit in the blood for a long time, because we know the blood volume inside the brain very small, only a few percent. Okay, so even the imaging volume we detect maybe have a few percent like the vessel somehow too. So the NAD sitting there, but the contribution is very small. Cannot explain our measurement. So we believe this signal increase also the sustained long time must be from the brain cell or brain tissue. Although I don't say whether some serial contribution, that's we cannot prove that. But on the other hand, they change the ATP metabolism so dramatically, so this should be linked to this NAD plus inside the cell. Yeah.
Very good. We're again short on time because of all the swamp ghosts interrupting our electricity and our internet. But we will have time at the end, at the final, to maybe ask some more questions. Thank you very much. Very informative. I look forward to coming back someday.